All right, we are live, waiting for Michael to join in. Sorry about the makeshift studio that I'm in right now. Give me a second, everybody. Okay, since I'm on the phone today, I'm just wondering if I can somehow change the way this looks. I have, okay, so happened today, and especially with the massive hack that has happened. So I'm really looking forward to bring in Michael Terpin to have the conversation with him in terms of what really went wrong and how, like, what do we do now, right? So he'll be joining in a while. Till then, let's see what else do we have. Okay. I got a very good suggestion from a 10-year-old. Since I'm on my phone, I'm still trying to figure out what and how I can do it. Okay. Still trying to figure out what can be done. What can be done? Okay, eager to hear what is everybody thinking. How was their week? Actually, make some money in the trade. Tell me, guys, what's happening. Comment down and let me know. In fact, just to be safe, till we have Michael Topin joining us, I'm just going to keep this here. Still trying to figure out which system will work the best. Yeah, I think this. Oops, say. Can you hold this? Yeah, hold it there. Yeah. Let's see if this is going to work smart or not. Michael, I can't see you.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulties here.
Okay.
Change the camera.
But you're online, by the way. You're live.
Okay.
Oh, there I can see you. How are you doing today?
Pretty good, but my lighting's not great. Any rate. Okay.
Well, I
Can you do
think,
anything about the lighting here? Maybe turn on some lights above.
but look at me. I'm in the car still trying to figure out lighting and Wi-Fi. But then I think today, more than the way the lighting looks and the camera is and the sound is, I think the entire uh, crypto industry is kind of shaken with the massive hack that has happened in the wallets. I hope your wallets are safe.
My wallets are fine. Which massive hack was this?
This was so there was a wallet.
Well, there was one a couple of days ago. It was like a very obscure
So
wallet.
there was a hardware wallet. I think
Yeah, it was some kind of obscure wallet. It wasn't Ledger or Trezor. It was some
this,
obscure wallet.
no. Yeah, it was some open card or something.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've never even heard of them before. So it's. Yeah. So no,
So
that was. I don't know anybody that got hacked by that. So I have no idea what that. I mean, I'd never even heard of it before. But no. It wasn't Ledger. It wasn't Trezor. It wasn't the main ones.
yeah, because even when I was reading about it, I was like, what kind of wallet is this? I've never heard it before. But turns out that back in the day, it was a pretty well-known wallet. So, but then how do you think keep their wallet safe? Because I think
Oh,
last year even Ledger had an.
You're breaking up here.
Sorry.
You're breaking up.
Okay.
I'm not hearing you. You're
Uh,
breaking up.
I was saying, how do we keep our wallet?
You're not. You're breaking up horribly. You were fine before, and then all of a sudden you went just into like nothing. Now you're frozen. Is that on my end, you think, or on his end?
I have no idea. We've had so many technical things. And we tried almost half an hour ago to start getting online.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. This one's not going to happen today. I hope all my calls aren't this bad today.
The challenge with live.
Challenge with that John Michael not knowing what he's doing.
The challenge with live.
All right. Well, this one's not happening today, I don't think.
Frozen. Do you log back in?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it's me. I see two of you now, but I can't hear you. You're frozen. Any suggestions?
Oh, you can wait. You can also log out, log back in, close additional windows.
I mean, it looks like it's wrong. Should I try a different one?
I mean, part of it took you so freaking long to get.
Yeah, it's on. It says 5 bars.
You might want to turn that off right now because that slows it down.
Okay. close. Okay.
Okay, so he just went out
Mm-hmm.
and froze. Now he's trying.
Not happening. I'm here and I've got 5 bars, it says. So I guess it's on your end.
He said, "Can we drop out and log in again?"
Okay. What do you want me to do?
Exit out.
Where? I'm back. Can you hear me? No. No, you're just completely breaking up. Yeah, not working. I can try Ventura and see if that. Okay, I switched networks. Is this any better? At five bars. I guess it's on your side. Oh well, we tried. Can't do anything. All right. I can't hear you at all, and you're frozen. And I've got 5 bars, so it's not on my end. All right, I'll see you next week. Leave studio. Not much I can do.
Yeah. Okay, we do need to get you on the freaking internet because I can't believe how long it took you to get on.
I know. Well, let's see if I'm going to get on for my important pitch.
Yeah, like practice whichever devices. What time is your pitch?
11.
It's good to practice getting online right now anyway.
How about I call you on WhatsApp?
Talking to me?
How about if I call you on WhatsApp just to check it?
Okay.
You want to call off your thing and get in another room?
Yeah, I'll watch the other.
Okay.
Let's see, let me see.
Hey there.
Hey there.
So I guess it must be his end because it's working here.
Would you just call me on WhatsApp?
Yeah.
Okay, do you wanna try on something else besides WhatsApp?
Well, we don't have StreamYard between us, so it could be a StreamYard issue. I mean, if it's working on WhatsApp, it means that the bandwidth's fine.
Our Wi-Fi is working.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it showed 5 bars, so.
Okay.
Okay. I think I might go down and grab breakfast just because it was 14 hours since we had it.
Oh, since we had the other.
Yeah. I mean, I could wait until 10:30. I have a 10 and then I have if it only lasts a half hour, then I could eat at 10:30, but I'm kind of hungry now.
Let's go eat right now. What time is it?
I mean, it's at 10, it's like 5 to 9.
Yes.
Not my pitch meeting, just my other meeting.
Whatever you want, baby.
Okay, you hungry?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I could eat something, not eat something. I'm not really hungry. Or could wait for half an hour.
Okay, well,
I mean,
my issue is that if my 10 o'clock runs long, then I'm not going to really have time to eat, and I want to have something in.
Then we should probably before your 10 o'clock.
Yeah, so why don't we go down now and figure out what's for grub, maybe some eggs or something.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I just sent me something. Let me check.
Recording in progress.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, Rob.
Sorry, I'm running behind.
No problem.
Before this, I ran a little long. What you up to?
Oh, just getting stuff done. It's a busy time.
You didn't have anything in the coin kite situation, did you?
Nope.
Nice. Yeah, same. That was a surprise today or yesterday.
Well, stuff happens. It seems like it happens more in bear markets, but yeah.
So I'm trying to think. Last time I probably saw you or talked to you, it's been probably since my early days back at Money 2020.
Yep.
Like 2013, 2014. Maybe we crossed paths at a Bitcoin conference or two, I guess was possible. That I don't know to the extent that you remember some of my background, but I'll tell you a little bit. Is like I got into Bitcoin 2013 when I was covering it for Money 2020, when we were first bringing all that stuff together. That was just kind of my job with that organization.
Right.
That led me to meet the BTC Inc. team. They were media partners there when they were doing Why Bitcoin back in the day. So I've known David and Tyler and Callie and all them for forever. And I worked on the Bitcoin conference with them. I worked on distributed events. I built their whole event strategy pretty much from the ground up since they started doing stuff. A few other ones, Shop Talk. I had a little hand in Consensus. I worked with Barry Silbert and Ryan Selkis when they launched that event, just kind of get blueprint on it. And yeah, I worked with the Blockworks team, all that stuff. So I have a pretty deep background in the conference world. That's kind of where I've made my career, and I've taken that, network that I built through that and, have a consulting and advising practice, which is where I got linked up with John and Chris. I was doing some stuff for John at Blockfills. Obviously, where that went.
Yeah.
And then we connected with Chris in Vegas, and joined up with them just in a fractional capacity. So I'm only part-time, about 25%. Just trying to help them kind of, build out some stuff on the event side and on the marketing side, communications, been doing a lot of PR. Kind of been actively getting hands dirty, working with them and trying to get started. So I'm only about 2 weeks in with them, or 3 weeks in with them. It's a quick spiel. What's been taking your time lately? What you working on? You're still in Puerto Rico, right?
Yeah, I'm in Vegas right now, but I'm still a Puerto Rico resident.
Nice.
I wrote the book Bitcoin Supercycle 2 years ago, and then from that I launched a fund called the Bitcoin Supercycle Fund, which is Bitcoin only hedge fund that looks to sell at the top, short on the way down, buy back at the bottom, watch and repeat. And so far we've been out for 6 months, and we've outperformed Bitcoin by 12%. So so far so good. And also, do some advisory work, including, quote trade, which is why we're talking. And the PR firm still is, doing their thing. And part of the deal with quote trade, I'm sure you're aware, is we have a PR agreement with them that was sort of for equity. And and so happy to get started on that whenever you're ready to start, deploying. The team is distributed. Xenia, who's the president, is in France and San Francisco, goes back and forth, and then we've got people in LA and Miami and a few other places. Where are you based, by the way?
San Diego.
Okay.
Yeah, so in La Jolla.
Cool.
Yeah. I think that's sounds awesome. Like I'm, the way that I typically like work with clients like Chris, kind of come in. Usually people bring me in when they want to like run fast and go. So like come in, do the work myself, build the processes, build the kind of foundational work, and then I like to. Typically, it's like a handoff situation where then I'm managing either an employee or an agency. And so like the way that I've been thinking about this, because he had mentioned it to me when we first started that we're going to do something, is like, we kind of got these first 2 releases out. I think we'll have a third one probably. Like we talked about doing a third one that's kind of just like announcing like some new hires and stuff like that. So I thought that that's kind of a perfect one for you guys to jump in on us.
So did you announce the funding already then?
Announce the funding.
Yeah, because we could have definitely helped a lot with that.
I don't think you guys were done with your deal when Chris wanted to put that one out.
Okay.
We did it like 3 weeks ago. So it's like literally like the first week I started, he was like, I want to get this out right now.
Where'd you get picked up?
Not really anywhere. We just did it. We just pushed it out through.
See that's an issue, because when you push it out through a newswire, and I know having started one, I started Globe Newswire, is that whoever picks it up first, they got the exclusive, they got the advance, and so it means that usually nobody gets it, which means that TechCrunch won't write about it, VentureBeat won't write about it. Whereas if we had it in advance, we would go to TechCrunch and say, "Would you like to break the story?"
And I sent it to everyone. So like I sent it to all pretty much anyone and everyone who's covering anything related to trading, AI and trading, crypto, like funding. We built out a list of about 50 people that kind of hit on relevant trends around it. And just a bunch of people wrote back, said too small. I personally just, kind of shook it off. We really had a lot of time to prep for it. So I think it was like,
well, obviously going forward, for it to be effective, you should let us kind of like, be brought in early and do the important releases and thought leadership pieces, et cetera. Now, other than managing the agency, are you doing go-to-market stuff? Are you doing conference strategy? Are you doing, kind of lead gen?
So no lead gen. We'll be doing some stuff with conference. So I'll tell you about that in a second. But I think like with the PR piece is like, the thought now is that we'll get this third release out, and then hoping you guys can help us with that one, and then take it from there.
Great. So we should set up a call. What's the third release about?
It'll probably be new hires team, bringing John on, stuff like that. Okay. So
that will not be a big story. So, but we're still happy to facilitate getting it out there. Usually hires are not as big as funding. But and when is the kind of the bigger stories, that we would be able to go and get in bigger places would be sort of launch of the product.
Yeah. I don't think they have any product updates. So they did the funding, they did the XDC partnership, and then they're going to do the new hires. Okay. And so my hope is that as we kind of go into fall event season, have at least a good dialogue with some reporters and bring you guys in. Like there'll start to be this like more holistic picture of the company. That will, make the next announcement, hopefully like a big product announcement or a big partnership announcement, more funding, whatever, make it more interesting. So we'll at least have that foundation going. And then I think once we kick you guys in, I think we'll have a pretty good picture, good story to tell.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Just let us know when you want to bring us in. I'll, schedule a time with the team.
I think we can go ahead and set up a call if you want to.
Okay.
I think that's, I'll check in with Chris, but, I think timing wise, and that kind of leads into the event conversation. So I do a lot of advising for events just because we've had, been a part of events with like multiple exits and that's just kind of one of the carrots I keep in my pocket to like, help clients, help people, help my advising business. And so like working on Money 2020 this year, working on StableCon this year, doing all the fintech meetups.
Are you planning on having any kind of presence or quote at the Money 2020?
Yeah, so I'm going to be, there's a Money 2020's #1 competitor is called Fintech Meetup. It's the same founders. So the founding team of Fintech Meetup is the same group who found Money 2020 after their earnout was over from the acquisition.
Yeah.
So basically, like, I'm working with them to plan the whole digital assets presence. So like,
When and where is that event?
That's February.
Okay.
But until that deal is like signed, which would be like next month, I've been advising the head of content for Money 2020 as well. Fintech Meetup is going to have, we're probably going to have a full event as part of Money 2020. So I'll have like a full event space that will be doing stuff. So there will be like a pretty big activation, probably a couple dinners that will tap into that like Fintech Meetup community, which is effectively the same as the Money 2020 community. So doing that.
So in our agreement with Chris, it's a combo of however he wants to use it or you want to use it, which is PR and events, because we also have event side. Yeah. And we do the Coin Agenda, which is now called Tokenize, a couple times a year, and we actually have one that's going to be during Money 2020. So it's going to be that Monday and Tuesday. It's at the Tiger Mansion, which is the former Mike Tyson mansion.
Yeah,
and
nice.
So Chris and John did something at the last event, so we can figure out like what you guys want to do there.
Yeah, I figured you'd be doing something there. So that was, I just kind of like shifted. Some of this stuff is still falling into place. So I want to make sure that Chris and John have like a good presence there.
Yep.
So it seems like with what you're doing, with what I'm doing, we can work together and kind of make sure they have a productive few days in Vegas and make it worth the trip.
Great.
So I think that's awesome. Are you doing anything at StableCon?
No.
Okay.
Is StableCon relevant to them because they're not really stable coins?
My personal take is that it's going to be just irrelevant for the industry. It's going to be relevant for the industry, for everybody, just given the timing coming up first week of September, right after Labor Day. I mean, depending on what happens with clarity in the next few days, I think the first week after the break, being in DC, is going to be an interesting week. So I'm doing an event there. I think John's going to come have dinner. I just know the founders of that event, so I have inside access. So I'm going to be doing like a Bitcoin centric event. So my goal is actually going to be to have like a counter story to stablecoin. So like I want to bring Bitcoiners to DC. So I'm working with Bitcoin Magazine on that, doing some stuff with Bitcoin Policy Institute. We're going to probably do it at PubKey. I'm working with.
What are the dates on that?
StableCon is the 9th to the 11th, so we're locking it when we're going to do the event. I'm thinking I'm going to do it the day before, or do it on the last day of StableCon. So we're trying to figure it out, but it's basically going to be like a full day at PubKey. Going to work with Parify VC on it, and then a couple of my other clients.
I'm supposed to be in New York on the 9th and 10th for a dinner event, but in case I'm needed.
Well, I'll keep you looped in on that, and if there's like a way that you can get value out of it, send in folks. We're pretty much just going to take PubKey for a day and then go.
Very familiar with PubKey because the BitAngels New York holds their events there.
Nice. You like it?
Yeah, it's a good event. It's a good space. Good space.
I hear the DC was supposed to be great, so I haven't been, but I just started talking to those guys. The other projects that I'm working on right now are called Galloy. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Galloy. It's like Bitcoin banking infrastructure.
Okay.
Balaji's like their lead investor.
Okay.
And then Zarya. So Zarya is like a lending platform. So we just started working, but they're focused mostly on Bitcoin. So Lightspeed backs them. So those are my two other big ones, and then FinTech Meetup. So kind of honed in on those two are going to be there leading that event for the PubKey stuff. They're going to kind of be front and center along with Parify and Jeff Park. That's kind of the cohort that's going to be planning that. So I'll keep you posted as it falls into place, but hopefully working with Bitcoin Magazine on it too, get them out there. But yeah, the idea is like Bitcoiners versus
they'll just be coming back from Hong Kong, right? Because that's the last week of August.
Yeah.
For the Hong Kong event.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think look with I think we can start having these conversations with your team to see like I don't know the details of your agreement with Chris.
It's $100 grand. Use it as you wish.
Great. So in that instance, we would get a proposal from the PR agency.
Well, you just said, I mean, basically, it's use it as you wish. So I think it'd be basically not so much a proposal, but a scope of work. So in other words, talk to them, say what you want, and then you can also use it for the event side too. So I'd probably put someone from the event side on the call, and then someone from the agency on the call. So Lorcan is out of Denver. He's kind of does a lot of the kind of fintech stuff. We've got Lanessa out of LA. She's a VP. So I'd figure out who to put on the team, so I put them on the call, and possibly Steve, who's out of Miami, and then Joyce is with the event side. So probably get a call together maybe like next week at your convenience.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good plan. I can start figuring out. I think the PR support is going to be a big one, and then we'll definitely tack into the event stuff, especially at Money 2020, since you guys are going to be doing stuff like that's a no-brainer.
Okay.
So we can figure out an activation there, and I think support on the PR side will be great once we get it going. So
okay, sounds good.
All right, thanks, Michael.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Good weekend.
Yeah. Hey, baby. Probably not for this call, but I would like to get a background that says Media Claw for my Zooms.
When's your next call?
The next call is in 45 minutes.
Okay, send me your proposal. I think there's a thing I'll do one for you.
Okay.
Okay.
So you just grab it off of the deck or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me go get it ready for you.
Okay. I think Dave may have put together some stuff too, so I don't know if you can copy that well off the deck itself, but we'll see. Can you copy it off of the DocSend, or do you need the actual PowerPoint itself?
I think we've got a PowerPoint in Canva.
Okay, good. Then use that.
So I'm going to pull it from one of those pages.
Okay, great.
Baby, I'm gonna go make it for you right now. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you got anything else?
No, I'm good. I'm getting on call after call.
Let's see. Lottie asked me, he says, can you do the Aura8 tomorrow? I'm like,
If he's fixing his shit.
okay,
Depends
so
on. No, we're busy tomorrow. We're on the
leaving
road.
on.
We're on the road. We're on the
Our
road.
flight's at 11:30.
We can do 8:30. We can do 8:30. Sure.
Or I could just say we're on the road, we're traveling.
I mean, I could do it at 8:30 as long as it's working.
Okay.
Maybe I'll even get the mouse working by then.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
I'm back. I'm gonna go get your shirt done.
Okay.
Look at the baby girl. She's just so happy. Right there.
She's happy she gets to chase cats.
I know, there was a cat today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. She's not used to seeing a cat.
I think she likes Vegas a lot. Big rounds. She's very comfortable jumping into bed with us.
Yeah.
You got John Michael spoiling her.
Yeah. But you know, LA, she's got all these people spoiling her too.
That's true.
In Miami, she's got the dog park.
It's true too.
And, well, Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico, she's got the gingerbread man.
Yes, she's got her gingerbread man, that's right.
And up, and jump in the BMW.
Do you have a preference? The media font, I'm not putting it smack dab in the middle because you're gonna be in the middle.
Yeah, no, whatever you
Left
think.
or right, upper left, upper right.
Probably upper left, I would think.
Okay.
And maybe have like,
I can do both just in case.
Yeah.
Reverse.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want something else?
No, just we'll see how it looks and
Okay.
try that.
I'm gonna do that.
Recording in progress.
Remove.
Morning.
Good morning. Let me remove the read AI.
Morning, Mr. Terpin. Morning.
Morning.
Hi, David.
Morning, Ambus.
Recording stopped.
I think we're just waiting for Kevin. Let me give you a poll just to make sure, like.
Okay.
He's joining right now.
Yep.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Kevin.
Good morning.
Much better. After a week of like really frenzied activity, we appear to have dissuaded the hacker from doing much beyond what they tried to do. We did not lose anything. He tried to like attack everything from the vector of having acquired 2 of my old numbers that my ex-wife let free into the open pool of numbers without consulting me. And they had a standing order to buy them, and they immediately started trying to hack me. And they did get into an old Microsoft account, tried to blackmail me for what was in there, which is very little. They're like, "Oh, we have your PR contract agreements. You don't want them out there." It's like, I don't care. Little 10-year-old things. And then also they got into an old PayPal account, but we were able to get rid of it before, regain it before they were able to get in any bank accounts, and that was it. And so we just sort of prevailed, like, we're not giving you anything, and eventually they seemed to have given up.
Was it like a business hack? It's a personal hack?
It was a hack of 2 of my old cell phones that they basically bought. They didn't hack, they bought them because my ex-wife let them loose, knowing that they were valuable and they had to be kept off the market. I was planning on moving them into just burner phones, and I hadn't gotten around to it, and they were still in her old account, and she just let them go because she didn't want to pay the $10 a month. And instead of asking me and saying, get them out of my account, because I didn't want to have to transfer them twice because it was literally a transfer, I transferred my 939 number when we split up, but it didn't make sense for me to transfer the old ones from one parking to another parking because there's fees and time and this and that I wanted to basically transfer them to a place that I would keep them in, like a burner phone. And, she just willingly let them go into the void, where they then got legally acquired through a domain broker, through a phone broker, but then they illegally started impersonating me and hacking me. So I got the FBI on it. If I can just get because even when it's not a stolen matter, when they transfer it from one place to another, we'll be able to identify where the phone is. And they basically admitted that they were friends of my original hacker.
Okay. Because this is terrifying to me, because I don't even understand how this all actually happens. But now
well, you're probably not the same target level that I am because of the big hack. But no, just the basics are, make sure that since you are somewhat high profile, somebody might want to try to hack you. Make sure that you do not port your SIM on your account, whatever it is. They have that option in most of the Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, and request a 6-digit number instead of a 4-digit number. And those are ones that get a higher level of a little guy can't just like move it. Because how they do this when they SIM swap, and that was not the case here, is they bribe someone in the phone company to move the number over. And then for your Gmail, just make sure you don't have any phone numbers as backup ever, because no matter what other security you have, if they hack the phone number, they get into your account and take it over.
Okay, that is good advice. I'm going to do that after we hang up.
Yeah, I have a little $50 device called a YubiKey that's very, very good.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling better about it. Anyway, we didn't want to bother you, so
it was kind of an emergency at the time, but we so far appear to have dissuaded them that we're not big enough fish to go after. At least they don't have anything on me that they can prevail on, other than just physical violence threats. Which, they're cyber guys. I don't think that they're expert in beating up people. So they seem to move down to other targets.
All right. Well, I don't think this will be a long call. Just really calling for 2 reasons. One, to get kind of a general update, kind of about where we are, and then 2, just want to talk a little bit about what Andres and I would like to see concerning the returns and the prep for it. It's not necessarily everything. I think it's more than what the IRS asked for, but it's just stuff that we want to see.
Sure.
And we'd like to see that sooner rather than later, because we're not going to do a deep dive onto the returns, but we do, one of the things we noticed, the 23 and 24 returns just look a little different. So we just want to do a little bit of due diligence,
Mhm.
like on returns before we.
Well, again, the 24 returns have not been filed. We were told they were, and they weren't.
24 was, oh, well, we filed them, they were just rejected.
No. 24, she never filed them.
She never filed them, no.
Yeah, she said she filed them, then she didn't. She never filed them. The ones that were rejected, to the best of my recollection, from what I remember of going over the data, was the ones were, I think, 2019, 21 and 22 or whatever. Those were filed and rejected, but 24 was never even filed.
Let me see if
Yeah, I want to look at this.
e-file log.
Again, to my surprise. Unfortunately, you can't bring malpractice suits after the dead.
Yeah.
I know I sent you guys the e-file logs, I'm just trying to pull them up.
Yeah, no, I think Michael sent the e-filing logs to us separately. Yeah, so Michael, we don't have a log for that, my understanding. We do have an email, and this is probably what Michael's talking about, from October 15th, 2025.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
I think we lose that email. Well, Amanda says she will file.
Yeah,
So
and then she never did.
it's tomorrow or Friday, and then amend later as discussed. But you didn't know at the time that she didn't file, right?
Nope, I thought she did. When she says, I will file, I was a little pissed that she didn't file on time, but she said 2 or 3 days later, oh, by the way, I need more information. She just didn't file. I mean, just unbelievable. And she also didn't catch 3 years in a row where she filed, it was rejected, she did not notice. I mean, she gets paid for one thing, to file on time, and she didn't do that 4 years.
Yeah, so, okay, so first maybe let's start about these e-filing confirmations. So David, we looked at some of the emails that you sent, and for some years they're kind of helpful. For other years, maybe not as much.
I understand, yeah.
Yeah, but what we're really looking for, and I understand they may just not exist, but I want to make sure that we're like searching it the right way, because you make a confirmation from her, for instance. At any point, Amanda could have said, yeah, last year we filed on X date, right? Like just anything about the actual that, yes, we filed it, right? Or yes, I filed the return, or yes, I now have everything and will be filing the return. Just
I'm sure that's what I provided. I went through all the emails.
That's everything? Okay. Well, I mean, what exists. I mean, the good news is, I think, if you look at it collectively, right, it's kind of clear what's going on. We have better evidence for some years and not as good evidence for other years. But I think overall it's pretty clear.
Well, from what I can tell, we filed every year except for 24. And in 3 cases, she did not know or did not notice that the filings were rejected. And you'd think that she would notice something like that. And then 24 put into writing, I will be filing, and then never updated it with I didn't file. So just utter incompetence.
Now, Michael, when you asked for these files from Azada, did you only ask going back to 2022?
We asked for everything, and her partner was just completely incompetent as well.
Yeah, so just to clarify, there are Azada files before that. So I mean, I think I have most of the US returns and stuff. I just have to look through it because they have a whole bunch of extra files in there as well.
Yeah, no, we have the returns, I think, for all the years now, Andres, right?
No, not the US corporate returns. Azada filed all the corporate stuff.
Right, not the US corporate returns. Right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I mean, for the individual returns, we have them all. I guess what I was wondering is, are there any e-file logs for instance, 2019? I didn't see one. I assume.
I mean, everything they provided in terms of like e-file logs, I gave to you guys.
Okay. All right. And then the US on now, you have most of them, is that what you said?
Yeah, so Azada provided a whole bunch of stuff going back to like 2014. There's a lot of documents that are missing. Like in a lot of years, they didn't even provide the actual return in these folders. It's just like supporting documentation.
Okay.
But I can basically give you everything that they gave
And they
us.
were not asking about 2014. I think it was just 2015 through 2020.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Okay. And do you think, is this like with the 1040s, would they have sent Michael a copy of the return at some point as well? Did we look for that yet?
They typically send things to Maxine, I think.
What do you mean?
I just mean, like, if Azada doesn't have a copy of it, is there another place where a copy may exist?
My ex-wife.
So yeah, there's two places. The first is Michael's ex-wife, and the second is his bookkeeper. I've had the bookkeeper look for stuff, and she just, I don't think she has I think Michael's ex-wife has some things the bookkeeper doesn't have. But she hasn't really been able to provide much that I don't have in these Azada files.
Okay. It would be good, David, if you make those requests of Maxine, if you could do it in an email. Yeah. Just later on, if we don't get it, and then the agent is upset with it, I'm going to be like, well, I mean, we only have an obligation to try to get it, and based on things that are in our custody and control. So, Maxine's an adult human being, so if she doesn't want to give it to us, that's the only place it exists, then our obligation is only to ask.
Right.
Now, if it becomes important to us at some point in the examination, we may want to try harder, but I don't know that we necessarily, if that's the case right now.
So she did provide the 2016 personal tax returns.
Yeah.
Yeah, what she has not provided is the Michael's year of move document.
Okay.
Like the change of address, whatever that IRS form is.
Yeah, you mean the bona fide residency form? Is that what you mean?
It's
the 88 was.
It's when you basically change your residency or your physical location from like Vegas to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I know.
8879 or something like that.
Yeah, it's 88. I think it's 8898, right?
And I believe I filed that one while I was with BDO.
Okay.
Because it would have been 2016. Filed in probably 2017, but it was all under BDO before they went out of business.
Okay.
And remember, for 2016, I was with BDO, which is, in flames and no longer around, but also the filing of that for the extension period of October of 2017, that was right after Hurricane Maria.
Yeah.
And so just all sorts of things got extended, and like nobody was in offices, and 5,000 people died, the whole bit.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, I've heard from a lot of clients how I heard that Puerto Rico was just a disaster after that.
Literally, yes.
All right, so staying on the returns. Okay, so this is not necessarily what they've asked for, but one of the things that is helpful for us is to just try to kind of figure out the flow of the tax return, right? So and I know we had, Michael, you had the bookkeeper we're talking about kind of helping you, but Andres and I just want to sort of get an understanding for, kind of from transactions hitting the bank accounts or the wallets, right, to like somebody creating books to providing it to Azada, like what's the kind of flow of information? Like you had a bookkeeper, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So most of my
like what what was it like an annual thing, or is she just continuously looking?
She's been full-time exclusive to us, so she's a full-time bookkeeper.
Okay.
So it's not a service.
Okay. So basically all of your like financials and the stuff that you would provide to the tax preparer would all be things that she prepared?
Correct. So she had QuickBooks for me personally, she had QuickBooks for all the other side businesses, and she had QuickBooks for the main business both in Puerto Rico and in the US.
Okay. All right.
So just to clarify, it wasn't just the bookkeeper though, it was also Maxine.
Yes.
Maxine, I mean, because the bookkeeper, but Maxine was kind of like running point because she understands these things better than the bookkeeper does.
So she sort of, she called herself CFO of the agency for most of the time she was there. She wasn't, okay. She did a lot of other things, but she basically, the bookkeeper reported to her.
Right. And that's not just with respect to the properties, that's with respect to your business as
That's
well.
correct. That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I think this is an important story.
Yeah. So she was a mortgage broker before we met. And so she's like, I'm really good at numbers. I can do this better than you. You just go out and make the money. I'll take care of the accounting.
Okay. So basically, yes, you're the primary business transactor.
Correct.
Right. They basically monitor the financials, the team of Maxine and the bookkeeper. Maxine helps characterize things. Is that right? I mean, as things come in.
Correct.
Right. And it gets recorded by the bookkeeper.
Yes.
Okay. And then when you prepare your taxes, and I'm sure maybe it changed a little bit over the years, what would you provide to the tax preparer?
So chart of accounts, P&L, and we have a lot of those documents too. They were sort of the internal records that were then prepared for the bookkeeper.
Okay, so basically everything would get inserted into QuickBooks, it would get characterized, it would go in a general ledger, and then at some point...
And then I typically was not even given these things as much as I would ask for them until a couple of days before it was due, and then I would oftentimes find something that was completely mischaracterized, and I had to fix it in a hurry.
So your role in the entire process was mostly just kind of eyeballing it to see if it looked right.
Correct.
Basically relying on
and it was like simple things that were wrong, but I was always on the lookout for them. Like, like one year she sort of like had the entire amount of a campaign listed as being income. It's like, no, it's whatever actually got served. If it's a $100,000 contract, but we only actually served $30,000 of business, we pay tax on $30,000, not on the whole $100,000.
Right. What about the crypto wallets? So the crypto receipts for the businesses, did you help in identifying those as receipts, or is that also?
Yeah, no, that all came in as business income into Transform Group. Then later, of course, Transform Ventures, but most of this was Transform Group International, my Puerto Rico company. This was as of April of 2018 is when the Puerto Rico business occurred, and so everything after that was going into that business. Prior to that, it was going into the U.S. business. But yes, it was valued at whatever the mark to market was at the time received. So in other words, if we were receiving as in lieu of cash, if I was receiving some altcoin. I would say, okay, here's our bill for $20,000 as a retainer, and you're paying it in Ethereum, or you're paying it in Bitcoin, which is rare, or you're paying it in your crazy altcoin that either went up or went to zero. And at the end of the year, as I think I explained before, I would give myself a bonus of those altcoins, so then they became my personal altcoins, and I sort of had that as my distribution to myself. In the beginning, it was an S corp, and then after I had the Puerto Rico entity, it was a C corp, which in Puerto Rico law, if you're a C corp in Puerto Rico and you're an Act 22, there's no tax when you distribute it to yourself, and then zero tax for your capital gains. So that's what I followed very religiously.
So when Maxine and the bookkeeper, though, are trying to account for your business receipts in crypto, are they doing that without you, or are you telling them?
No, typically they're counting the income as what the invoice was for. So in other
Okay, so
words,
they use the invoices to.
Yeah.
So they use the invoices to count. And do the invoices reflect what was actually paid though too? I mean.
yes, if we were invoicing someone at $20,000 that was paid in Ethereum or was paid in XRP or whatever, we would then get paid that amount. And now after that, it might go up, it might go down. But the point is that's it. I would then go and distribute the crypto to myself, and then it would go up or down. And as a Puerto Rico resident, I didn't pay capital gains if it went up. Unfortunately, I couldn't also mark it as a loss if it went to zero.
Now, when you say distributed, does it actually move the wallet when you distribute it, or is this like some sort of a book, just a book entry?
It's a book entry.
And you said, I think, that you distributed to yourself at the end of the year. So does that mean that there's sort of a difference typically between the receipt, which would happen at the time of the transaction, and the distribution?
Well, I typically just did the paperwork at the end of the year and just calculated what that was, but I already paid taxes on it in Puerto Rico or in the U.S. prior to 2017 based on what the invoice was, right? So in other words, if the invoice was for $40,000 and it was worth $40,000 at the time, at the end of the year it was worth nothing, or it was worth $400,000, that was basically just distributed to me, as a distribution from the company.
I guess it wouldn't matter, right? I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're in a situation where the distribution was taxed, it would matter because there'd be a timing issue, right? Because the income would get marked at the time that you received it, right? And distribution would get marked at the time you got it, and there could be a difference. But I guess it doesn't matter in your case, because either it's an S corp and that money's already taxed, and there's not technical distribution out of the S corp. I mean, there is, but it's not going to make a difference as long as you have basis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good, David.
So sorry, Kevin. I have a question. Michael, you mentioned that those distributions were in the form of bonuses. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I think I heard that you said that the distributions were made in the form of bonuses. Is that correct?
No, to dividends.
Dividend.
Okay, dividends. Sorry. Go ahead. Thank you.
Just quickly to interject here, Michael has another call in about 5 minutes from now.
Oh, okay.
But you can hang on, David. I just need to go in, unless it's on the same line. Is it on the same line?
Yeah, so when you end it, you have to end this call to get on the other one. But
Okay.
Kevin, you can just do a three-way call with you, me, and Andres via telephone, if that works for you.
Sure. I mean, listen, all we really need, I think, unless Andres has something else he wants to talk about, was we just wanted to get kind of a status of like what you've gotten, what you think you'll be getting soon, what's taking longer. I just think it's good to kind of have a check-in,
Sure.
We know Maxine has everything that's missing, and so it's a matter of just really kind of pestering her more. And if I have to go to the divorce court to get a judgment that says, or a order that she has to turn it over, then we will. But hopefully it doesn't take that.
Yeah, so just in terms of the IRS documents request, all the U.S. filings, I should have that for you guys very shortly, and then the Part 5 physical location activities. That's what I'll be working on next. I should have that for you in a week, and then it's the Section 3, which I'll work on last, and then exclusion of Puerto Rico income and sourcing of income. I'm not sure that we had anything for those. Well, sourcing is just like the W-2s and 1099s and stuff. We have.
Well, I think what we need to do there, and I think we need to put some work into that. I mean, meaning we do, but we need to make sure we have it, is I want the revenue agent to clearly understand the source of the income. Like, she might not understand this, kind of how Michael transacts business, right? With the invoices getting paid to the wallet, and then the distribution.
We got paid some stuff in cash too, but we basically oftentimes, as we're dealing with crypto companies, and sometimes we thought that it was a good investment to take their tokens as payment. We would get invoiced that way.
Right. No, I'm just saying, I want to I think there we just want to make sure, like, make a list of all the sources of income. Make sure we've either provided an explanation or we provided records for each of those.
Mhm.
So, okay, all right. And that's the only other thing. Just back to where we kind of started on this, David. If you can help us, we just went through kind of the sort of the annual kind of progression of the tax return from, you know, the information that came into the QuickBooks to the, you know, the financial statements to the tax return. If you can kind of put that together for us too, and maybe prioritize that over some other thing.
I don't quite understand.
The QuickBooks that
So-
Michael had, yeah.
So Michael doesn't have the QuickBooks. The QuickBooks, especially the older records, are held exclusively by the bookkeeper in some kind of like weird like file save format. And even if like we can just tell them that we tell her that we need them and get them from her, but they're probably like a total mess.
Well, I mean, there's financial statements that you provided to the accountant, right?
So anything that we've provided to the accountant, yes, those will be in Michael's emails.
Yeah, and those were those came from the QuickBooks, and they didn't look that bad. Sometimes there was a few mischaracterizations that I had to do with fix, but for the most part, the basic stuff like the chart of accounts, like, you know, income and expenses, those seem to be pretty good.
Okay, yeah, I don't need like native QuickBooks or anything like that. Just if you can give us the financial statements that were
Sure.
used, and then maybe we can sort of back into that. I kind of what I want to do once I have that is then see if I could, if we know sort of like if there's a, for instance, like a gross receipts line. I want to know what went into the gross receipts line. I can't really kind of ask questions off of that until we have the documents. So let's just start.
Okay.
We definitely have the gross receipts for every year.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let's just start with the QuickBooks, and then any emails, like whatever the actual transmission was to the accountant, I think is what we really need.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I think this is good. We're gonna try to do this like once a week just to kind of stay on track with the deadline coming up, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
Right? All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Anders.
Recording in progress.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Michael.
Hey, guys.
Brad.
Hey, Brad.
And I guess we're waiting on Nick.
Yep.
Let me go in while we're doing this, get my link up. Hey, Nick. There he is.
Can you hear me?
We can. Hey, Nick, how's it going?
Good. Just on the way back from an in-person meeting here. I'll be
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Hey, Brad, how you doing?
Good. Nice to meet you.
Likewise. Good to be here. Good week.
Great week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very good. No, so I mean, Michael, the purpose of this call was introduction, right, to review company materials, etc., and discuss perhaps next steps, right?
Exactly. So I'm going to go and start broadcasting. Can you see the deck?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you said you're kind of in transit for the next couple of minutes. Do you want us to just start going through it quickly?
Oh yeah, this works. I'm still looking. All good.
Okay, great, super. Okay, so you received this, but we'll talk you through this here. So the three founded Media Claw, and basically it's an agentic PR operating system. So the vision of the company is basically that we can make, using agents, AI agents, world-class PR services, not just also ran, available to everyone in the world at a reasonable cost in any language using agentic AI, and to get great results. So as you know, AI agents are going to be in the next 5 years projected to have more transactions than humans, and public relations industry, $110 billion and growing 5% a year. And within that, the kind of sweet spot that we're aiming at is the $14 billion media intelligence market that's been growing even faster, and right now about 13% a year, and we expect that'll grow considerably faster once AI comes in. And the winner in creating a compelling AI agentic PR ecosystem will be able to grow into other markets as well as make a lot of money. So the problem is clear. PR agencies, I've run a number of agencies over the years, and I swear it's like, the budgets that I had in the 1990s during the dot-coms are about the same size as you get these days. The agency budgets have not grown that much, and yet everything else has grown. You used to be able to get a good, quality, mid-level account executive for like 30, 40,000, and now it's double that. And same thing with in-house PR teams. Salaries are rising, benefits are rising, and people are looking to cut costs wherever they can in a difficult economy. And so in an agency, they're trying to figure out how to, be more efficient. And in an in-house environment, they're trying to figure out, do they need an agency, or can they get by with tools and with staff? And, this solves both problems. So our solution for the, solo PR pro, whether they're a freelancer or whether they're the one-person department at a company, we're able to go in and have the agent go and supplement them in every way possible. Do the strategy, do the research. If they're coming into an account where they don't quite understand the market, this will go in and actually research and analyze everything, come up with the right media, and go back and forth in real time with the client as well as with the media. And for agencies, we can do this as team accounts with compliance, and all the way up to the largest enterprise, where we can work across multiple agents, multiple seats, and multiple departments with higher and higher levels of compliance. So the process, I'm going to have my co-founder and the CEO, Michael Schuler, walk you through the process that we've created.
Sure, thanks, Mike. Okay, so the process, this slide shows how Media Claw operates from beginning to end. The goal isn't simply to generate content and disseminate it. It's literally, as Mike said, to function like an end-to-end PR professional PR organization. So how do we do that? Step one, first thing, everything begins with understanding the client. We ingest the company's website, press releases, LinkedIn bios, product information, executive bios, competitive landscape, and prior media coverage, everything to build a comprehensive knowledge base. Before we can communicate, obviously, we need to understand. That drives step two, which is the strategy. Once the system understands the company, it develops a communication strategy, which includes messaging, positioning, story angles, target audiences, and perhaps even most importantly, and Mike and I know this from our PR days, it answers the question, why should anyone care? And once we have identified the strategy, then we identify the right media that we're going to reach out to with the strategy. Instead of blasting thousands of journalists, MediaClaw identifies reporters and publications, podcasts, newsletters, influencers, and the communities that are most likely to care about a particular story. Unlike the wire services that Mike and I come from, relevance for us here at MediaClaw is much more valuable than sheer volume. That leads us to step 4. Once we've identified the media, we execute the outreach. And step 4 and step 5 kind of go hand in hand. Before we can actually do the outreach, we have to ensure everything is compliant. And what that means, obviously, is verification at the account level, verification at the content level, ensuring regulatory compliance, and even down to simply making sure we're enforcing opt-out requirements. MediaClaw, before we do the actual outreach and do the compliance, MediaClaw identifies the reporters and publications that are going to be interested and relevant to this. And then when we execute the outreach with compliance, we then get to step 6, which is the analytics component. Here we measure everything. We track placements, responses, media quality, sentiment, and message performance. Those insights don't just become reports. They feed back into the system so every campaign becomes smarter than the previous one. And I think the important thing here is to understand that this isn't a linear process. It's a continuous learning loop. Company intelligence drives strategy, strategy drives media discovery drives outreach, outreach generates results, and the results feed back into strategy, making every future campaign more intelligent. So, as Mike said, most PR platforms today are tools. MediaClaw is designed to operate like an end-to-end professional PR organization with memory, accountability, and continuous learning.
Thanks, Michael. So why now? There's nobody doing this. There are no services to date offering full agentic capabilities. We actually had our agents track everybody who's doing anything like this. It's about 60 companies, and nobody's coming close. They're using AI as sort of a buzzword, or they're doing a very small part of one of the 10 things that we do, and not doing it all that well. Nobody's really doing it with agents. They're all kind of, the ones that are actually using sort of modern AI, they're putting a wrapper on top of Claude, and then you have, whatever token use is going to be, and it's not gated. So as you know, global AI spend is like growing massively. It's $2.5 trillion, growing at 35% a year. Agents growing even faster, 8 billion today, 60 billion in 4 years. And the hottest area right now in tech is vertical AI, taking the frontier models and the open source models and intelligently solving problems. In the legal field, Harvey is now a $20 billion market cap after just a few years, and they've got quite a bit of revenue, hundreds of millions of dollars. And we believe that we can sort of follow that path in the public relations field. OpenClaw is what we're building on. It's the dominant platform for automating agents. It's growing right now at remarkable 4.5 million new users per week as of this month. And then the cost savings, there's not a lot of research on this yet, but there was a report that came out, the Open report earlier this year, that said that the few agencies were starting to use any type of AI were finding that they got 3 to 5 times the media coverage. And so we think we can replicate that, if not exceed it. So market size and opportunity. The TAM here is 110 billion. That's the PR world. Agencies 60 billion. Corporations 50 billion. That's probably even a lowball number. If you're going globally, all corporations that use any kind of PR. And then the media intelligence sector, which is where we would compete in, again, 14 billion and growing fast, and that's the one that we're going to be disrupting. And so related markets, we're going to be squarely focused on the PR industry until we're dominant there. So first 10, 15 million in revenue, but between retained earnings and perhaps doing a super seed round, we could go in and move into one of these other markets without any external funding, just on, sort of just expanding naturally. IR and PR are very close to each other. That's an additional $11 billion. And same thing with public affairs. And then, influencer marketing, those all are oftentimes the same agencies, the same departments, And then, marketing communications is a $500 billion industry in advertising. This is stuff that would use, similar models. But right now, that's all of our numbers that we're projecting right now are solely from the PR industry. So the way that we price this, like many other, products, there's a small, medium, and large. So the basic agent is $1,000 a month, billed annually. And our projections are, that we're, only having about 10 months of that price in our projections per client. And so this is going after solo, in-house PR people at a small company, as well as freelancers. Freelancer is limited on how many hours of the day they have, right? They have to spend a certain amount looking for new business. And then, maybe they've got, say, 100, and if they're really working hard, 100, 120 hours they can work on accounts times their billable rate. Well, if all of a sudden they're able to take some of the grunt work away, as well as some of the strategy, learning about the accounts, they all of a sudden will be able, instead of taking on 4 accounts, like say 15 grand a month, they can take out 5, 6, 7 accounts. And, for $1,000 a month, if they even take on, half an account, it's worth their while, as well as the increased quality. So these are sort of the small firms, and we'll have some gated usage. We get about 50 campaigns. And then once they get there, we'll start, sort of limiting their token use and upselling them to the higher percent of sort of frontier models versus open source with the standard package, which is $3,000 a month, and that's for 5 agencies and up to 3 sign-ins. And these would be, mid-sized companies with a PR team, and mid-size, small to mid-size agencies. And then this will be our bread and butter. We also think there's a big market in public companies, and there are thousands, tens of thousands of public companies globally that use PR a lot for getting attention, and they're the biggest clients of the newswires, that's for sure. And so here, all of a sudden, instead of just throwing things out at the newswires for $10,000 a month and not getting any coverage, here we can actually get them coverage as well, and also include the compliance part. And that's a big thing. It'll point out, where you need to go and do things to get on the newswires. If you're announcing a deal, you have the copies of that deal that'll get you in there. And if you're putting out some kind of forward-looking statements, a public company will flag that. So that's a big deal. And then that then leads us up to enterprise. And so enterprise is for larger PR firms, corporates, NGOs, and these have virtually unlimited agents, and they can operate in swarms. We've got custom model training, and it starts at $5 grand. It can go much higher if we have, for example, Zillow has shown some interest in what we're doing, and if they take an enterprise package, they might have 20 or 30 people using it. So here's the team. Me, Michael Schuler. I go back to the 90s when we founded what's now Globe Newswire, and then brought him back to start Blockchain Wire. Both of those are exits. The Globe, of course, now has half 540 million was their last valuation when they sold to Equinity, which then itself got sold. Brad is a good friend in San Juan, who basically has had 30 years in fintech and IT, co-founder of a company with several hundred employees that was several hundred million in revenue when he exited. And so he moved down to Puerto Rico, thinking he'd have a happy retirement down here, but he decided he wanted to go and get his hands dirty with AI, and he's been working on OpenClaw, and we were fortunate enough to be able to bring him in full-time as CTO. Xenia heads the Transform Group PR firm. She's one of our initial PR advisors, but we're going to have an entire group of large, medium, and small corporate and agency advisors. We don't have to give any equity to. We just simply give them first look at product and discounts. And Brad, I'll bring you on to talk about the tech.
All right, thanks, Michael. Nick kind of broken down into 3 categories here just to kind of cover what we're doing. The hardware stack, what we're doing in development, we're using Apple hardware, building it on Linux. And then we also are using cloud hosting, where we kind of have our own dedicated infrastructure for the data, for the GPU inference, and for some of the models that we're actually using. Software, that stack, I think that's kind of pretty self-explanatory on what we have there to build the development pipeline and the programs we're using. We're using OpenRouter to route between all the different models. We have really built a really good waterfall using deterministic routing to pair the right models with the right tasks. So we're not like using frontier models for things like grammar checking and the like, and we're save those for the important things like press release writing and strategy. That kind of pivots right into our proprietary, code and IP. That's really what we've built. The hardware, the open cloud and everything, that's kind of the commodity. What we built is, our budget guard proxy, which kind of guarantees the economics of each campaign. We've been coming in, and in the ones we've done, about 13 cents per campaign. The $3 per full campaign, that's a hard cap. We've never come close to it, but that's a number we're willing to guarantee. So even on like the entry level subscription, maximum would be $300 on a $1,000 a month campaign, which
actually we're going to gate them to 50 campaigns, so it'll be about 150, but it's probably going to be closer to like $40 or $50 because we built it in. They don't have to worry about token usage. We worry about gating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The task classifier I kind of mentioned, where it kind of routes between the proper models for each task that needs to be done, keeps the cost down for us. And the enrichment waterfall, that's a really cool thing that actually took quite a while to build. But what we did originally was we just asked AI for journalists in the topics that we wanted to reach out to for this, and it gave us great answers. It looked great. Then when we went back and actually tried to verify that, we found that only like 6 of the 14 that it gave us were even close to accurate, and a few of those were giving us the wrong company where they used to work. So we built a complete process where we check for where their employment is, for their scraping their About Us page, and then going through a number of verification sites to actually make sure that any emails that we do send out to journalists are actually getting to the journalists at the company that they work at, and that it's a topic that they're interested in, as opposed to kind of like Michael Schuler said, the spamming approach.
And we can also go and identify from their X, from their other social media and online presence, what articles they've written about, so that when we're doing the dedicated outreach to individual reporters, it actually customizes it. It can say, to Sarah Perez at TechCrunch, you can say, I loved your article, last week about XYZ, and we think this would be relevant for this reason. And there's nobody else that comes close to doing that.
Yeah.
And so competition, there's the big boys and the startups. The big boys are Muckrack and Cision, and Muckrack was actually a startup not that long ago, and their big thing that made them a unicorn was simply going in and taking the media database world, which Cision kind of owned before competition came around, and adding Twitter. That was it. They basically went in, and Cision was all snail mail and email and websites. And Muckrack went in and really did a good job of going and sort of making a Hootsuite type layer, so you could actually go and contact journalists at their X account and sort of track it. And for that, they charge $10,000 a month on average. And they've been able to grow it to a $1.5 billion market cap, doing about $200 million a year in revenue right now. And both Muckrack and Cision, which is a $3 billion market cap, would be potential acquirers if they can pay our price. Otherwise, obviously, we could go to a number of other larger marketing public companies as well as tech companies. There's. I'm sorry?
I said the wire services.
The wire services, of course, yeah. The wire services are all $1 billion market caps. So Presley and Propel are two of the smaller ones. They're bootstrapped, they're lower price, and they don't do anything close to what we do. There was a company called Honeyjar that just came out, announced $2 million in funding, and they've been out for about a year and a quarter, and they still don't have a product yet. And coming soon. And some of the other ones we've seen, we've analyzed what they're building on, and they're largely just layers on top of Claude, and we do so much more than that. Again, as Michael had presented, this is our advantage. We're able to go in and have an architecture that goes right from learning about the company, through the strategy, through the outreach and the compliance, and it ends up behaving like a professional operator, and it learns as it grows, and it redevelops and becomes more valuable. So it's more valuable the more you use it, and we think that's going to be very good for client retention. This is our revenue projections. These are our revenue projections. We think they're conservative, given our background and our Rolodex. Michael has a Rolodex personally of about 4,000 companies that he sold to. I know many of the largest firms and also enterprise folks. And we also believe that AI is going to identify people for us. They're going to find us. And we're also going to be using, some of the best resources that we have in the PR industry we know exactly where the bodies are buried and where to find them. So we're looking at total revenue the first year about 3 million, growing to 8 million the second year, almost 20 million the third, and 37 million the fourth year. This is again fiscal, so we'll be starting to get revenue. We're going to launch September 17th, so our first revenue will come in October. And so from October 1st through September 30th of next year would be our fiscal 2026. And hitting those numbers gives us a unicorn valuation given current AI market valuations. That's us. We're raising $1 million. I put the first 100,000 in. It's for 10% of the company, and we think it's a walk in the park to 10x, and it gets to be a unicorn. It's 100x. Any questions?
Yep. Wow. Sorry, just a lot in my mind right now, obviously, because I was saying a lot of this I reviewed already in the deck, but this overview was obviously what was needed. So thank you for that,
sure,
Michael. And I'm just trying to think now. 1 million. What are the hard fact numbers right now? Like, is there any revenue generated? I may have missed that.
We haven't launched yet. We've built the product. We can demo it for you. And
so MVP is there, and product market fit is next.
Product market fit is there. We know people want this, and so we're going to be rolling it out September 17th at the Big Apple Awards.
Product market fit is really only after launch, right? Like with Orbit, we hit product market fit, a couple weeks after launch. So a proper product market fit is, first users seeing action, seeing the audit log filling up with, users actually interacting with the product, right? So
Michael, do you want to take that? I know you've already gotten people interested in just waiting for it to be.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's ideal. That's the best. I mean, that's why we build products, right?
Yeah.
Because we know people want it. So a really solid product market fit is now the next step to then take the 1 million raise, pump it up the next 4 to 6 months, only to then hopefully by end of year do a 10 to 20 million or more raise, right? Because the biggest issue right now is competition, right? You need to be the one that gets the 30 or 50 million in the account to build this out before your competitor.
Yeah, and I don't think we even need to raise 10 million, but we would get 100 million valuation if we hit our numbers in the first 6 months.
No, it's not about needing or not. I mean, too many companies obviously just say, hey, yeah, we'll make revenues and reinvest that. But what happens there? You lose speed, right? If you hit your PMF and everyone's happy and you've got paying clients, you take that 1 million, burn it as fast as you fucking can. Take a 10 or a 20 million round, burn that as fast as you can, right? It's not good enough now to just raise 50 million, say you'll be alive for 24 months and work on it. No.
Well, we're not going to be, we're certainly not going to be slow and conservative by any means. As in anything, you can only grow so fast because it's a new product, et cetera. But we believe that we'll be doing, 20% growth month over month, for quite some time. And we should be able to hit, I'd like to get 100 clients by the end of the year. And we're talking about doing that in 12 months. And I think we can get close to that just by hitting it hard in the first 3 months because of
exactly. And that means literally spending this million the second it arrives, right? Not making this million last. No, spend, grow as quickly as you can, raise more cash. That's it. That's the end of the game, especially now in the day of AI. You can go from idea to product quicker than ever. You don't need to raise 2 million to build a team anymore. The bottleneck nowadays is raising capital. Friends and family, angel investors, family offices all taking too long, months before getting to a yes or no, then weeks of due diligence.
Yeah, no, that's why. Look, I'm moving ahead even if I don't raise a dime. I'll fund it, but I want to go and get strategic money in that understands the opportunity.
That's exactly what I did with Orbit, man.
You remember we had our 3 million round in crypto, and we got completely flushed out because we were pre-product, pre-community. No one trusted the tech, and we couldn't raise. We only got 4 investors from the crypto round. Then I switched to equity, showed the product market fit, and now people want to throw capital, and I say no, save it for the Orbit fund. Right, to actually invest in revolutionary ideas coming through Orbit. So that brings me to my point. I'm aware we only have 3 minutes left. So
I've got the ability to extend a little bit more. I left a half hour until my next meeting.
Yeah, no, I've got a hard stop.
Okay, no problem.
Invest anything now, unfortunately, but this would have been good for a longer call, of course. I'll give a 1 minute quick overview. I don't know how much, Michael, you've mentioned already. To Michael or to Brad here, what we've built at Orbit 2 months ago, we got very lucky with already having a really solid base of investors, right? I don't know how much Michael has said. I'm very, very fortunate to have been born into a 4th generation family office where at 12 years old, investing was a topic at the dinner table, right? Built now my 4th company, which is Orbit. But why? Because I had that friends and family access, right? Because I had that uncle that after I got the traction could give me 50K. My dad's VC partner, 150, right? Now I've built that Orbit network that I have and have successfully raised from to now help my friends and the people in my network raise capital. But we do it on steroids, right? The tech itself is built to be able to bet on a person over their trust. Brad, I don't want to invest 500K in you unless I've played golf with you 5 times and said you're a cool guy. Right? That's the issue with investing nowadays, and we are building this to make sure I, as a person, can now bet a 500K check on you, Brad, without knowing you, just by saying, hey, your tech is brilliant. I want to see this work. I don't care if I trust you or not. So how do we do it? Escrow. Your million raised would be escrowed, whatever. If it's 500K, then 500K, or 200K per quarter, etc. Right? That's how we built a system to make sure anyone online can now take a bet on your company as an accredited investor, as a retail investor. Literally, just like Binance opened access for Bitcoin and meme coins, we do the same for space tech companies, AI, biotech, etc. Right?
Yeah, it was really cool. I did some research before our call, and I really like the burn rate discipline and the milestone gating and how you came up with that. I mean, it's very, very good.
Look, I'm going to bypass with the 1 minute left. I appreciate that a lot, man. It's been 3 years of 1,400 feedback loops with investors, first-time founders, exited founders, billionaires, the whole works. And it's been building, deleting, feedback, building, deleting, right? To get to this, what I'm about to share with you. I'm going to bypass legal here because I've known Michael already. I don't need to do due diligence now, particularly on you guys. I'm going to send you the link. Please do not share it with anyone. It's super invite only. That's how we make sure 10-15% of the platform are billionaires, right? Just to make sure it's super limited access. So if you could now action steps, right, before I drop, let's circle back Monday or Tuesday with this with a 30-minute call. But it would be great if you could have your company portal already up so I can review it. I can get Max, one of our analysts, also to review any low-hanging fruit, if there is any, things to improve, things to make look better, before we start outreach to our investors. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Absolutely.
No, I know you are interested personally as well as some of the top investors, correct?
Yes, but me unfortunately, I don't have complete access to my capital yet. I will do the same for my children, right? I think it's important. So I have to go through my financial advisors before any capital is released to any investment. There's 3 angles here. Family office side, which is a 0.1% chance because we're 93% real estate, data center focus, etc. My father's VC is more early stage, so that's another angle to send it through. Or myself, right, where my financial advisors approve my own capital.
Yep.
My favorite option here is Orbit because it will bring you to the right investors around the world, with or without my help. That's the point of it, right? Automated.
Okay.
Good. Cool. Guys, Michael, I trust you can forward through the, I'll send you the invite on Telegram, the app, and if you could send it to Michael and Brad, that would be great.
Okay, we'll do.
Awesome. All right.
Okay.
Thanks,
All right.
Guys.
Thank
Pleasure
you.
meeting
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
You guys want to jump on the
Yeah.
meeting?
Yeah,
We'll go to Meet.
we'll go on the Meet. So a little surprising because he said he did not have to go through his family office or anything else to write a check. So I guess he still has to go through his, personal accountants or something like that. And then
Financial advisors, actually that's pretty smart. I mean, if you're going to give a kid, access to a ton of capital, you want to make sure he's got some gates on there.
Yep.
Well, is somebody in their 30s really a kid?
Well, in this day and age, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so again, he's the one of the heirs to the Piggly Wiggly fortune. That's where they made their money.
I thought that was interesting, though. Getting access to orbit could be.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's sort of like a kind of a higher end, kind of like crowdfunding.
Yeah.
And I told him to be very selective. I don't want this thing. I want to be very selective about people that he vets to put this in. I don't want this to appear to be this overshot deal that everybody's turned down.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea, but he said that link he was going to share with us was extremely private.
Yes, that's what he told me as well.
All right, what do you think overall?
Well, I think we did a good job. But I think, he said he knows me, trusts me, and so he doesn't feel like he needs to do tons and tons of due diligence on, and also obviously if they put something in, it's going to be something that it's kind of sitting there to draw on. When I don't like double levels of approval. I mean, but if he or someone in the network puts stuff in, at least we have that, and then we'll get some of the stuff that's unlimited that comes in from others.
Well, it sounds like, if he shares this with the orbit, as it were, that it's basically saying, I've approved, this is sort of already done.
Well, particularly since he wants us to spend it as fast as possible. I want to spend it when it makes sense, right?
Yeah, we've heard that story before.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was a bit of a contradiction in what he said, too, because orbit is completely milestone based. The capital gets allocated, but you don't get it until you meet all these milestones. So,
right.
Yeah, it's kind of the opposite of spend it as soon as you get it.
Well, that's exactly what Mike and I heard from Sequoia Capital and Hummer Windblad way back when. Spend it, because they knew as soon as we spent it, everybody was going to get a haircut to get more.
Yeah, we don't want to get in that situation. But again, I think it's different because we don't have 70 people that we had to figure out who to let go, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we're very mean and lean, I plan on.
To me, Mike, this is really a sales and marketing play once it's built out. I mean,
That's
it's
correct.
not like we're trying to prove a model here.
No.
This is an existing industry that we're trying to automate.
That's correct. That's correct.
End to end, and it's mother's little helper for the solo practitioner all the way up to
And to me, the whole thing is that how much marketing spend do we have to get a dollar revenue? I mean, in the beginning, I'm fine even spending $1 to get $1, and
I agree.
I don't want to spend $5 to get $1, but $1 to get $1 is fine.
A dollar in our case is a subscription dollar.
That's
so
right.
It's recurring revenue.
That's right.
It's not a one-off spend.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. So I don't have those financials obviously in front of me, but a dollar to get $3 to get $1. What does that mean? Over the course of the life of an account, a lot more than $1.
This is true. Yeah, I mean, look, we're projecting $3 million the first year. which would basically be $250K a month on average. So in other words, it would grow to that. I mean, if we get, if we're mainly getting $1,000 ones, we're hoping to upsell. That's 50 companies to get to $50,000. That's a lot, right? But I think a lot of those will be like, and we may have to go and say, hey, try it for free for a week, and then we'll give you a deal of you can get 90 days for $2,500 or whatever. Just kind of ease them in, so at least we say we got 15 paying clients, and the next month we got 30 paying clients, and the next month we got and then I think a big part is going after these public companies too.
Yeah.
And those will be the $3,000 hooks, and it's just so. I guess the question is two things, Brad, where we're at right now, and then what does it take to get to where someone can sign up with a tutorial and not having to be calling you or someone else every 5 minutes to say, how the hell does this work?
Okay. Those are two important steps we need to get to yet. I mean, the building process is going very, very well. It's been built to the point where it's moved it from single user to multi-user, where everything before we were just demoing everything like we were running it, and now I've created all the ability for clients to have all their own logins, do everything, keep everything compartmentalized, separate from every other customer, to get it to an actual application that they can log in and start using, and just kind of beta version. That is, it's going to take a little while yet. The front end interface is I haven't even really started building on yet, because I've been building everything in the background that works. But so I'm really hesitant to give you to commit to any specific date on that one. If it starts taking me too long, I would absolutely come back and be like, guys, we need more than just me to get this to the deadline.
And then what do we need in terms of more than you in terms of the front end? Is that something where we have to bring in a graphic designer or somebody who's able to?
That depends. How much do you like the way the demo looks?
I think it looks fine. I mean, obviously it could be prettier later on, but it doesn't have to look.
So probably not at this point, because that's kind of the front end that I built for the demo. And that's kind of what I was going to put on top of everything I'm building for us.
Okay. Yeah, I think probably one of the things we need to have is, if you figure that we, announce it, get it out publicly on September 17th. And then the question is, we'll sign up people for, waiting in line for gated access. And the thing is then, how many people do we want to take on at a time to make sure that we're not like putting 30 people in and they're all crashing, right?
Right.
And then obviously we need a website, which is not going to be the end of the world.
Once we get to that site, we'll just have to move it onto more powerful hardware so that it can handle that.
Yep. What do you think the hardware requirements are at, say, 10 users and 100 users? Just so I can budget
10 users?
Yeah.
10 users, not much. I mean, that's like a $40 a month plan.
Okay.
100 users, probably add a zero to that.
Okay. And that's not per user, that's 400 total, right?
That's total.
Yeah.
That's our back end cost.
Okay.
Yeah. Our OpEx.
So that's de minimis. That's $4 per month per user, 100 users. Do we need new hardware at some level of growth?
No, because it all needs to be in the cloud.
Okay.
At that point, because you need people from Dubai, from Minnesota, from San Juan to all be able to get to the same thing.
Hey Joyce, why don't you pop in here and say hello?
Hi there. Did you get the background?
No, I did not get the background.
I emailed them to you.
She made a background so that we could actually show the media claw in the background. So
hi there.
Yeah, so we're talking about front end and things like that. I think one thing that we need, and I'm going to probably bring Joyce in to help a little bit on this to coordinate with people like Dave, would be I think we need to have an explainer video.
Okay.
Both for marketing and then for how to use it, right? So, somebody who's like, you know, and it could be AI, right? I mean, Dave's been really good. I mean, did you see the Tiger Mansion video that he did?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean,
Dave does good work.
that one is basically just, you know, seamless, no ums or ahs because it's an AI voice. And then, you know, and that's just like gorgeous, like walking through. Here we don't have to like have any kind of gorgeous scenery and intricate music in the background. I mean, it basically is just an explainer of how to use this. You know, I'd say an explainer of why to buy this, right? So that like, you know, that you can go in and, you know, sign up for early access, and then maybe like an explainer about like what this thing's going to do for you. And then once you're actually a client, to be able to have, you know, I mean, the training thing, I mean, you remember, Michael, how many trainer things you had for all the different AI, for all the different like database softwares that we were putting on in the early days. And, you know, it'd be like, you know, people would be coming in and doing classes in house and all this stuff. I mean, now it's all going to be in the cloud.
Yeah.
And I suppose also, you know, an interactive AI explainer, right?
Yes.
So in other words, instead of just having like, you know, videos, like I'm thinking to 2010 here, you know, basically just like, here's your help bot, you know, I mean, your help agent rather to be able to answer, you know, how do you use this? And,
Right. In each piece, really.
yeah. You know, like how do you know, like it goes to the 6 steps, right? Okay, how do you go? Let's walk you through. Just like I asked Rock, how do I install, you know, this particular software that walks me through step by step. You know, how do you go and do the company background thing? Okay, take your documents. You know, here's the link, and upload your white papers, upload your websites, upload your competitor websites.
Right.
And then that helps with the strategy. The more that you can sort of like, you know, identify the industry. So it'd be like, it'll go out and say, oh, you know, there's a product that's, you know, your big competition that we see, and like, you know, let's figure out how to identify, you know, your strategic advantage after it. Is it price? Is it performance, et cetera? And, you know, as you said, Mike, why does anybody care?
Right. And in this day and age, it's an increasingly important question to have an answer to, given the amount of information flowing all over the place.
So tomorrow is August 1st. So we're about 6 weeks away from this event that we're going to be in New York. And the question is, how many weeks away, Brad, do you think we'd be to be able to go and give a free trial to someone that they'd be able to kind of do on their own and get some results?
You know, to cover my ass, I'd say September 1st, but I'll try to do it a lot quicker than that.
Okay. I mean, honestly, as long as it's October 1st, we're good.
Right.
Because I think that what we'll do is we'll say, okay, we're onboarding the first 20 companies on October 1st and another 20 on October 15th. And do you want to be in that group? Because we can go and decide how fast to scale. And it's also a sales tool, right? You want to be in here instead of like, oh, I'll get back to you sometime next year.
So why do you want to wait till October 1st if the event is September 17th?
Because we don't want to have paying customers until we launch it.
Okay.
We certainly can do. I think that you're going to be ready on September 1st. Maybe we can go and get some, you know, friendlies to go in. We'll certainly have the PR firm, you know, my PR firm try it. Right. And so they'll be the ones who are able to beat it up without any kind of negative reputational damage, because, you know, they won't say anything. And then I guess the question is, you know, when are we ready to, you know, to demo it to a Rubenstein?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stick with the September 1st.
Okay.
That gives me a month.
Yeah.
A bit of a buffer, because in case I run into anything.
Yep.
Given what
I like
Nick
your
said
shirt.
about Monday or Tuesday next week, what are we looking to show him at that point?
Well, I think right now he wanted to have a data room, right? And we haven't shown him the actual demo yet, so we'll have the demo link.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, he mentioned product market fit a few times, which means that he wants to know if anybody actually will use it. And so that's why it's nice to have some beta testers, even if it's my own agency.
Right.
And I'm sure Faye can think of some people who would be in other
Faye
categories.
could be a demo.
Well, she's not a PR person though. She just would know who would be really interested in trying this out.
I have PR friends.
Well, that's right. You have PR friends too.
I'm also in a Facebook group for PR czars.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's some PR czars to use this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, would Liz Kelly be a good person to try this out?
I was thinking of Liz Kelly. The other person is Kelly Bennett.
Okay.
And they're both friends of mine and I've known for probably 15 years. So.
And they're both like solo PR people.
Yep.
Right? So.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd like to get it going as soon as possible and get feedback from actual people.
Yeah, why don't we do this? So next week, I'll schedule a demo for the PR firm, and you know, do it as soon as Monday, because usually the PR firm does their you know, kind of weekly meeting of you know, PR stuff at noon East Coast time. And so what we can do is we can just sort of have it right after that. So they'll do a half hour of just their normal nonsense, and then or maybe do it right before. So either 11:30 East Coast or 12:30 East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll find out what they prefer, and then I'll go and get, you know, Xenia, Lanessa, Lorcan, Ian, to be able to go in and see the demo and then see how they would want to use it. I've got them using other stuff now. They're using Journal Finder. They like it. They're using Magic Pitch. They like it for podcasts. They haven't booked anything yet, but they said that apparently it goes pretty deep in terms of you know, it'll actually pitch podcasters. And Xenia says she thinks that they actually listen to all the podcasts.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, podcasts are a big thing these days, and you know, the one that Mark Cuban funded for $3 million, basically is their pitch was just, we'll be able to do media clipping of podcasts. That was it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And obviously we can do that and a lot more.
100%.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, so we'll try to get a couple of you know, beta users this next week. So I'll get the PR firm, I'll get her 2 solo practitioners, and then I'm trying to think of maybe a corporate user.
Okay. FYI, I'm going to be in New York all Tuesday, meeting Scaramucci and going to Red Apple and stuff. So I'll be available, but kind of, you know, out of pocket sense that, you know.
No, I think that let's start with the friendlies that we know well for a long time personally. I mean, can you think of anybody in your world that would be sort of a friendly? I mean, is Roger doing anything in the PR space now? Or is he still doing this?
Well, he's still doing Media Point, or State Point Media rather, which is all that. I could reach out to him. He certainly would have enough industry knowledge.
He was one of the best PR people I worked with. Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see what he would think about that. Plus, he has a lot of clients, right? So he could be a reseller.
100%. 100%.
I mean, that's what grew, you know, blockchain wire the fastest was resellers. And so we have the margin that if we're giving 20% to someone as a reseller, that still gives us plenty. And then we don't have to do the client, you know, hand holding.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay.
Super. Okay. So why don't you reach out to, and then for Tina Wilmot has got her sports thing, right?
Sports wire thing, yeah. She's still, I actually spoke with her maybe a year and a half or so ago.
Okay. And then, you know, when we're ready for a bigger company, Julie Henderson is still CMO at Snap.
Okay. Yeah.
So, okay. I think we can think of a lot of people who'd be sort of the, you know, the trial part and early access. And then I think once we launch, then we can go for some people who are like just free trial for a week and then get them to pay something.
Mm-hmm. I think through Faye, we should be able to identify some, you know, mid-tier to lower size, smaller sized agencies to really bang on this thing. Yeah. You know,
extensively.
And on the bigger side, she thought that Larry Weber would be all over this.
Yeah, she did. And I told you Rubenstein, without even knowing anything, was like, "What are you working on?"
Yeah.
So that's something interesting. I'll let you know.
Yeah, and they'd be a good one too, because they're kind of like, more of a traditional, I guess, Alpha Compute's using them now, and so I mean, if they're able to go in and like get more bookings with less account executive costs, that would be something where I could see them, really scaling that up.
Yeah. Look at Chris from DNA.
Oh, Chris, yeah, some of the public companies.
Yeah, remember that huge database he has where he tries to help those companies?
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got a lot of folks that we can kind of tap into. So, okay. So let's see, I guess we'll get, we should get something that like kind of looks like a data room that would have the PowerPoint, would have the link to the, I mean, Brad, can you sort of make something that looks like a data room? Or do you want to do that, Mike? Or should I do that? I mean, I guess it would just be in the Dropbox or something. I mean, I got David Lathrop maybe put it together.
Yeah, I can do whatever I can. I just probably need a little guidance on.
I'll let David Lathrop put that together.
Yeah.
Just a data room that's basically just got our materials.
I think he's the right person for that, Mike.
Yep. Okay. All right, I'll have him do that. And yeah, he was listening too. He was on the call.
Oh, great! Fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So that's it for now. I gotta hop on my next call in 4 minutes, and I'll set something up for next week for a couple of these folks.
Very nice.
Okay.
Thank you. All right.
Good stuff. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Bye.
Yeah, I put Liz Kelly and Kelly Bennett.
Okay.
So just let me know, then I'll give them a heads up. Say we have a new product and ask them to be beta testers.
And your other friend that was the one that was there the night that we met.
Who?
Isn't that, or was that Kelly? The one that worked with Ian and all that.
Oh, Jessica Kill.
Jessica Kill, yeah.
Yeah, Jessica Kill would be good too.
Yeah.
Also, because remember, she's working on media stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, Jessica Kill would be really good. In fact, I have to give her a call. Anyway. Okay. I'll give them a heads up that it'll be coming soon.
Yep.
Whenever that is. And then we can know what we need to explain to them.
Mm-hmm.
Go back. I'm at my desk. Thank you. It's Pierce. If I read that message correct, it's good news. Give me a call back. I'm at my desk. Thank you.
Phone number 31048033666. Can't take your call now. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Hey, Paris, yes, you did read that message correctly. We have one that definitely is going from the wallet into Binance US, and a couple other ones that they haven't identified yet, which exchange, but they do believe it's that. So I just have to get those links, and then we can go and get some subpoenas. So that's really good news. I just have to get the final information from them. I'm about to go into a call. I'll have some time in about an hour. But really not much to say until I actually get that information. So I'm working on that, and just it's all good news. Hopefully this leads to a checkmate.
Hey,
Harris.
Recording in progress.
Despite the Puerto Rico background, I'm in Las Vegas right now.
Oh, okay. Nice. Do you have a Las Vegas background?
I do have one. I have to find what I did with it.
It's the house?
It is. It's the Tyson Mansion that I'm
Yeah.
at, so it's pretty good background. I don't know, for some reason
Nice.
when I went in, I seem to have lost a lot of my backgrounds when I switched devices or something, but let me just look and see. You can keep talking, I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good to see you. Thanks for checking in. I think I messaged you about the vesting streams for advisory. We set up the token management system. But that's just one small thing. But yeah, in terms of an update, we actually are really focused on adding a variety of social features into Superworld, which I think some of them we could potentially partner on, which I'll talk to you about. But we launched a major update a few days ago. So, zooming back a bit, about 6 months ago, like the rest of the world, we've just been integrating AI agents into Superworld. All of our processes are now agentic. No one's really coding anymore. It's all agentic now.
Right.
So it's allowed us to go a lot faster and really build a lot faster. So I think probably what would be helpful is I can just show you some of the things that we've recently launched in the product. So you can kind of see like how some of those features work. And then we have a feature that I think could be really interesting for events, like the ones that you run. And we're doing it with other conferences as well. So I'll show you that. But first and foremost, I think the one thing that we've built out that as
I have it. This is the background. Here's my Tyson Mansion background with the statue of Hannibal and all that.
Oh, cool. Okay, now you're relevant, geographically location relevant.
That's
which
correct.
Is for us important.
Exactly.
Nice. So going ahead, I just sharing my screen here. So the first thing I think that we've really focused on, that we'll continue to focus on, is, and kind of moving away from Web3 a little bit, which is, 5 or 6 years ago, the profile in Superworld was a lot more kind of anonymous kind of thing, like very wallet oriented. And now what we're going for is kind of this like Web3 young professional, tech forward, remote worker, type of profile and demographic. And so we want people to really kind of be who they are on the platform. So, similar to a Facebook or an Instagram. So, put your photo in there. What's your nationality? A bit about who you are. Some photos about you so I can figure out who you are, get to know you. Travel plans, which someone like yourself is going to like have that whole thing filled out to the brim, right? Based on trips you're planning, maybe trips that are last minute. Basically we want to know where you are right now. Okay, most importantly, and maybe where you're going to be later this month. This is kind of like where have you been? Like what are countries in the world that you've traveled to?
Right.
They get a sense for that, almost like a digital passport. Travel vibe, like, how do you travel? In my case, it's slow travel, but it could be, luxury travel, or it could be like you stay in one place, or you're multi-city. So this is kind of like, what kind of stuff are you into, your passions, languages you speak. And so again, the first part of the new upgrade is we really want people to come back in and fill out all their information. So if you haven't done it, like if you haven't plugged in or created a profile, I highly encourage you to do that. You get to know the product. And really building it for us, right? So, and I'll talk to you about conferences and stuff, and I think this will also kind of benefit all of us. But the big part of that is the one feature that when I describe Superworld, people are very enthralled when they hear about the idea of what we're doing, the digital asset layer, the monetization of Google Maps and recommendations and all this stuff. But the thing that really draws people in is being able to recommend places. So restaurant, what's your favorite restaurants in Puerto Rico, or where do you like to go when you're in Miami? So all of the kind of recommendations is what, like, when I talk about Superworld, that's the example I give where people are like, oh, wow, I would use that. So we're focused on kind of building that out and that feature out so people can, get to know places and be able to kind of interact with places and be able to save places on their map. So I'm just giving you an example here. So I just recommended Aura on 48th Street. I really, go in there and I can say, some specific comment, really love the cheeseburger here. Whatever it is, what we enable you to recommend it. and then we ask for a specific comment. So it doesn't come down to like 4 stars, 5 stars, but there's
a little
like
bit more Foursquare like.
Yeah, it's a lot more like we want you to state some information that's unique, ideally. But the other part of it is we want monetization linked to this. So we're integrating with travel payouts, which is a affiliate company that will then enable monetization to happen with restaurants or experiences or hotels. So we're adding that into the recommendation modal. And then back to your point, yeah, Foursquare, like I can digitally check in. So I just like digitally interacted with this place. But if I physically go there, I can also physically check in to this place. So that's one thing. So recommendations, we're gonna like spend a lot of time, perfecting, because what I'd like is people to be proud to share their world. So if I asked you, hey, I'm coming to Puerto Rico, where should I go out? You're like, hey, check out my world, or more specifically, check out my Puerto Rico world.
Yeah.
You can create your own map just for Puerto Rico. So that's another thing we added, is more than one world. So you could have, you can have a map for your conference, or a map for your Vegas specific event, or a specific trip you're taking. And then the other thing is we added chats. So communication is a big aspect of the new upgrade. So once let's say you join and you say that you're in Puerto Rico, or for example, you say I'm in Vegas right now, but I'll be in Puerto Rico next week, you'll get added to a city chat.
Okay.
So you get added to the Vegas chat, and then all the people in the community that are in the Vegas chat are going to be part of that chat. So you could say, hey, everyone in Superworld, I'm doing a rooftop party, or doing a house party. If I know you, click in here to RSVP or whatever, right? Similar to what you do on Facebook, except, this crowd is Web3. It's like more our crowd is kind of what we're going for. And then you can also see like who's in the location. Maybe there's people that don't actually say that they live in Vegas per se, but they happen to be in the area.
Right.
So you see here, I'm looking at New York, so 434 super citizens in the area.
Most of them are 3,000 miles away, though.
Yeah, that's because I'm in Malaga, and I'm looking at New York. But yeah, you're exactly right. So I'm looking in New York, and that's why it's showing me who's in this area. But if I looked in Malaga, it would be my area, and it would be in Malaga. So that's that, and then we created an upgrade feature which we didn't have before. So if you do want to meet more people and you don't see them all, you can upgrade to our superpower plan, and so you pay to get extra features. The other really cool thing is that you can start activities. So I know you do a lot of like parties and stuff, and meetups, and maybe you're somewhere and you want, potentially people to be able to come and meet you, or I meet people for coffee all the time. So I can go in and say, hey, I want to grab a coffee, with founders in Web3, right? And then I can create an activity on the map, and then I can share that specifically. So I can say, let's meet at Starbucks in Manhattan, okay? And then I could set a location and a time, and then I can, set a age range or whatever it is. I can make it private or public, and then I can add it to the map, and then it creates an event on the map, right? Like it did here. And so other people can join the activity, and I can share that out. So people who are in the area can join in. So that's pretty interesting. And then we also added Superworld AI, which we've had, the big difference now is this will execute plans for you. So, you know, anything from like arranging an experience, arranging tickets using our affiliates, which we're finalizing right now, but it could be booking.com and then Expedia. So you can make travel plans. And also, we're launching kind of like a daily bulletin. So it's going to say, hey, Michael, you know, I know you're in Las Vegas today. It's Friday. By the way, there's this activity going on with BitAngels, which is on Luma. There's this other crypto thing happening on Meetup right now. There's this other event in Superworld that's happening. By the way, 3 of your friends are in town. You should click and reach out to them. And this is what I suggest you can do. So it's like this personalized daily kind of concierge that tells you who's in town, what's happening, and it's kind of pushed towards you by with permission. But you're not just asking it; it's giving you kind of things to do, and it's setting it all up.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the AI, and then the other big thing that we launched is apps. So what I showed you was effectively a Google map on Earth, right? So it's a Google map that you can personalize. But we just launched the ability for anyone, communities, to create apps as well. So we launched an app, for example, called Superworld News, where it's basically news that's happening around the world. And actually SpaceX, Grok reached out to us to integrate. And so it's integrated with X. So I can see the map of the world, I can see a content story, and then I can ask questions about this story, and it will use game theory to kind of predict what's going to happen with this news event in the future. Basically, it's news on the map related to different topics. It could be anything from headline news, business, technology, crypto, you name it. So that's one example of an app. As you know, like the US government has released a lot of UFO information, right? They've released all these files. So we have an app where you can look on the map and see where UFO sightings have occurred and see the actual. Oh, yeah, but what's going on with that? I can't go in. So you see, it just, you can look on the map and learn about actual UFO news files that have been released. And similarly to the map interface, there's a community, you can start chatting with people about the files. And then at some point, if you're like, wow, there's like 50 people in here and I want to talk to all of them, I only get to see 5 of them right now, you upgrade to the paid. So we're creating ways for different communities to join. So I'd love to talk to BitAngels and do something with them.
Sure.
We created one for network states. If you're familiar with that community.
Yep.
So I learn about the network states around the world. We did one with Crypto Mondays. We did one that's related to space-time, which is like seeing Gaussian splats in different locations. We've done one about history, which is like, you can like learn about history around the world, like do a game. So basically apps is the way for anyone or any organization to build an application on top of Superworld, on top of Earth. And we have a framework. It's kind of like Roblox, if you're familiar with how Roblox works. Roblox, the idea is, is like anyone can create their own game in Roblox, and it uses Roblox core infrastructure.
Right.
And so what we want is anyone to build any kind of, it'll use SPWR or currency. It'll allow you to, use Superworld and the community, and people can join. So that's that. And then the final thing I want to tell you that relates to conferences is we created a way for conferences to be able to create maps that are customizable, where people can come in and see the map and then identify like hotspots, like places to go, side events, the main conference center, buy tickets. Basically, think of it like your website, but on an interactive map. And if people come in on the map and start buying stuff and start reserving hotels, so we become kind of a media partner, and we obviously benefit from monetization, but the conference benefits as well because we're driving users into the Superworld map.
So this was during Philippine Blockchain Week?
Yeah. So we did one for Philippine Blockchain Week, but we're doing one for Bitcoin Poland. By the way, I think you're speaking there as well. So.
Yeah, I ended up like canceling that trip, so I'm going to try to see if I can speak virtually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I think I saw you on there and mentioned it, so I brought that up. But point is, we're going to do it for lots of conferences. We're doing it for one in Spain. There's Blockchain Life that I'm probably going to do it for.
Okay.
But once we get this set up, like my plan, okay, what are our challenges? Challenges are retention and engagement. We have about 10,000 monthly active users. Revenue is down, so we're not unfortunately generating much revenue right now. But what we're trying to do is get people to come into the app using conferences, these other ideas I told you, the social, like getting people to start communicating in the app, meet people in the app. We added the premium plan to now get another way, because the only way people could actually monetize with us before, or for us to monetize, is by locations, right? So there was nothing else, and now we added the premium, and then we're adding the affiliates again to generate monetization from recommendations and other things. So that's one challenge, is the retention and engagement. And the other challenge is distribution. Like, we just need more people to come in, and that's where I think the conference idea and just, again, getting more activities happening, experiences happening in the application. And then the token. We want to launch a way to integrate the token into the product. And the way that we're going to do that, and this is probably coming out in the next couple of weeks, is that you can stake to recommendations. So if you recommend a restaurant, and maybe you're the owner of the restaurant, or you love that restaurant too, you can actually stake as PWR to it, and you can benefit when that restaurant creates monetization. So monetization could come from the restaurant actually putting an offer on the platform that is shareable. So kind of like if you think of Groupon, where like any restaurant could say, hey, here's a Groupon, come into our restaurant. Obviously we wouldn't do the Groupon idea, but it would be something that the restaurant is incentivized to, do that attracts people. And then it creates monetization. We would share that with stakers. So that's the update summary.
Okay. Wow, a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I can tell you is with agents, we're able to move a lot faster. So we're iterating like every day.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff. I'm as motivated and excited as ever. We just got to get more people to start coming in and understanding what we're doing. I'm making content on social media, organic social, but I'm trying to figure out other distribution strategies, press, PR, partnerships, stuff like that. So I'd love to partner with you guys.
Okay. Super.
Yeah. What do you think? Any ideas or thoughts?
Well, obviously you've got a lot of, what's your kind of user base right now, like active?
So we have about, 150,000 users across our community, right? We have about 10,000 monthly active users that visit the site. You know, we need to get more of them to convert into monetizing. And our challenge before was the only way we were monetizing was virtual real estate. Like we didn't really have anything else. But now with this premium upgrade and the going after users to come into the product, and then people have to upgrade to converse with all of those people, we think that that could lead to monetization potential. So that's one way. And then the affiliate and recommendation and the like travel kind of execution is the third way.
Okay. So it sounds like the hospitality, restaurants, hotels, travel is probably your biggest opportunity to be able to like get somebody really promoting it. I mean, have you gone to big chains or anything, or are you mainly going to boutique areas?
Yeah, I mean, what we're launching very soon, and we just talked about this on the product side, is what I've shown you so far is all about the user, like navigating a place or adding a recommendation. But what we're launching very soon is the ability for a business to come in and activate their business, similar to a business on Google Maps would want to claim their business and start like, you know, filling in information. So we're adding that type of functionality, and when that is added fairly soon, I'd say the next few days, we would then you know, go out to businesses and say, hey, look, Superworld is open for businesses now to sign up, and then we would enable them to add offers. So that would be the business, the B2B kind of strategy. Yeah. But right now it's kind of like users coming in and learning about recommendations from other users.
What have you found to be your most effective user acquisition strategy today?
So we've been doing social media, organic social for the most part. That's like what I've been doing across 7 platforms. So, you know, that's when I was doing that, I guess at like maximum capacity, that was effective. But at that point, I don't think we had all of the conversion funnels that we do now, where I think, you know, now, you know, again, retention is like where we're trying to figure out how do we keep those users. And I think like some of these chats and these, you know, ways that you join the Las Vegas chat, now you're part of the Puerto Rico chat.
Right.
Those will get people to kind of use the platform on a daily basis. So yeah, social organic is the answer to your question.
Okay. Just looking over here. So let's see.
And by the way, if you're looking at the app, it's on the web. So it's the web mobile browser, not the.
No, I'm just looking at your social. So.
Oh, okay.
You got 3,700 followers, and then Superworld app. It's got 19,000.
Yeah. Oh, and X. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it mainly is the larger numbers on Instagram then, or?
So we have like a, you know, about like we have about 8,000 on Instagram, maybe another 8,000 on TikTok. We have about 8 to 10,000 on LinkedIn. We have about 3,000 or 4,000 on YouTube. Yeah, so you know, we need to grow our social media following. And then I have my personal accounts, which my personal accounts are basically Superworld as well. So and I have another about 100K total across all platforms. So that's what I'm using. But yeah, I mean, we need to start getting more viral kind of content to explode. Yeah.
Okay.
There is an app, by the way, called Nomad Table. So just to give you a little bit of research on kind of competitors that I think have shown us some interesting traction. There's an app called Nomad Table, and it's for like solo nomads. I mean, think of it like, you familiar with couch surfing?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's kind of like couch surfing type of people, like solo nomads, travelers, you know,
Right.
kind of backpacker type, okay?
Yeah.
And we were talking to one of our growth advisors, and basically what we're trying to do is position Superworld as kind of the Airbnb to their couch surfing crowd.
Okay.
Like, we're the people that, like, you have a job, you're professional, you're looking for more upscale stuff. And Nomad Table has been really effective. I think they're at like 1 million ARR right now.
Okay.
With this like backpacker crowd.
Right.
And so I want to do the same with this crypto crowd. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all the people in the TBV channel, all the people who are going to Blockchain Life, all that, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
these guys, we can get them into our, you know, the tokenized conference, all the conferences, the stuff you guys are doing, everything, like that crowd, I think they would easily pay and be part of it because they're getting value. So yeah, that's the kind of the comp I see that we could kind of, you know, emulate.
It's a little chicken and egg, but I guess probably pick your conferences where you've got a good relationship with, particularly the larger ones, like, you know, Web3 in Lisbon might be a good one. That's coming up, right?
Yeah, Web Summit.
Web Summit, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of ties there that you might be able to like sort of make a deal with them?
Yeah, like I think like the idea about this map that I'm showing you for Philippine Blockchain Week as an example, it's kind of like added value. So like, in a way, like, we can, you know, just say, hey, you know, I mean, whether it's them or anyone, like, it's so much value that the answer I'm always getting is like, sure, like, we don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? Because what we're doing is saying we're just scraping their website.
So obviously you did Philippines Blockchain Week. It looks like you got a fair amount of, you know, folks. You pick up revenue, users, or anything, or is it just sort of a first experiment?
This was an experiment. This actually came together because the founder called me to see if I wanted to speak.
Yeah.
And it was like a couple of weeks or 2 or 3 weeks before when we were ideating this. So we kind of did this just as a sample for them, like literally like right when they like launched. So we didn't actually do this for real with them, and we did it for real. I mean, they know about it obviously, but it wasn't like a full on effect. But yeah, with Blockchain Live, with Bitcoin Poland, like that's already kind of, we've told them we can do something like this, and they're like, yeah, that sounds great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to hop on my next call, but it was a good summary, and I'll think if there's any areas that I can add to that. So, okay. Thanks a lot, Rich.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome, man. I'll be in touch. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All right,
okay.
bye-bye.
Yeah, bye.
Hey!
Hey, Dr. Adele.
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Recording in progress.
So I'm here in, here we go. I'm here in Vegas.
Nice.
So just thought I'd catch up and see how things are going in any way I can be helpful.
Yeah, good. I had discussions with David,
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be on the call as well. He indicated that he has investors and people providing data centers.
My David?
David Chen?
Oh, David Chen. Okay. Here's Firefly. Okay.
Oh, that's a different?
That's not my. That's well. I have my Read AI, and I got your Firefly.
Yeah. Okay. So great. Since we've talked, we've been working diligently on a few things. One, of course, is the first group of data centers in Tennessee, basically Memphis and Chattanooga. Memphis has been certified and is being provisioned right now. So there were some upgrades needed, electrical wires, switches, and so forth. And then Chattanooga has been expanding. And you know how we operate is we get scale partners that are providing the actual real estate and the data centers there.
Yeah, and then you bring in Oracle to sort of like provide the equipment.
Correct. That is done through STEM, which is an Oracle partner and our partner as well.
Okay.
We then add more value in the sense of tokenizing the future revenues. We've added other services like the AI0, which I'll fill you up on. But our cornerstone, as we are going, is to get the first few data centers, because you know my philosophy. I want to make sure that we actually have up and running data centers before we head into tokenization.
Yep.
So we are actually having a really big week next week, where we are all going to converge to Chattanooga, including Nate and Bernie from STEM and Oracle and others, to actually review the progress and where we are and so forth.
Okay.
So that has been it has been great as a progress, because the deals keep getting bigger, but at the same time it's getting slower in the execution itself. So a lot of logistics that come up and so forth. So from my fundraising point of view, I've been supporting Nate more and scale partners to get their funding in, because for me, strategically, if I focus on my fundraise and not theirs, then I would have money, but I would not have the data centers itself. So it will create pressure. And you know, as soon as you take money from investors, they're going to be riding you behind, asking for the progress. So that led me to have been financing the company so far to build the systems and so forth.
So, how much have you raised for both AIDC as well as for the data centers themselves?
So AIDCT, I had 1 million signed. Out of it, 500 was funded. That's not counting the PR portion that we have.
Yes.
And so there is 500,000 outstanding, but that was with Nate as well. So he has to focus on the data centers itself. On the data centers, I was instrumental in getting an agreement done between Nate and his partner and a big company that does funding called Helco, to the tune of a total of 400 million.
Okay.
But that is not going to AIC at all. It's the way that I architected it is you invest in the real estate, so your money is safe. And then since then, I've also floated out the proposal for the 250 fund. That's where AICT will get a portion for the company itself, the management, 1 to 2%, and then the rest is put towards the scale partners.
Well, I was just saying, revenue is the best type of funding, right? Getting actual management fees instead of giving up equity. That works too.
Exactly. So that has been the progress so far. I've spoken in a lot of conferences, including at Minnesota. Spoke with Eddie. Spoke with a whole bunch of family offices on it. They're very familiar with what we are doing here, and they indicated a high degree of interest. Everybody, in my opinion, is looking at that first go live setup.
Okay.
And then in parallel, I that Mark Misa is our EVP of Europe. He lives in Zurich and have been working the European angle. So we have now 3 or 4 different partners there that we are flushing out. One of them is kind of like, at the very low totem pole that basically wants us to help him to create a fund dedicated for this. So it's not really serious. But then the other one is bringing 8 potential locations in Switzerland. And the third one is the most prominent one where it is brought by Mark's family. Mark is half Italian, so it's an Italian big project that should take shape soon there. I had talks in North Africa with the Algerians and the Egyptians, where I just was in Cairo, and that has been really, really well received. My kind of like caution in accessing those, like I got all the way to the Minister of Telecommunications in Egypt via the UN, where I met him in the conference there, and his advisor. But with those guys, it's more of like you execute or you don't set foot in the country. So I'm trying to make sure that we get into the execution part of it. So that's for getting data centers set up and rolled out. Beside Need at Chattanooga, Katie with Nepal. So we've signed an MOU with her and her partner, Aura8, to execute on doing data centers in Nepal. They say have 40 megawatts ready, and they can access up to 8 gigawatts, which is huge, with access to North India and so forth for the demand. So that's another big thing that is happening. Then there is another group in Texas that also works used to be Bitcoin mining. Now they are more shifting to AI, and hence we are working together to get them set up as well. Okay. That's all in the get a data center, put it on the network. On the other side, we've been working on satisfying demand. So there are a lot of hyperscalers that can't get the locations for their demand. So I've been working on those angles and working through.
Well, how long does it take? I mean, because you can't provide anything to them yet because you still have to get the data centers up and running.
No, those guys have data centers. They are not on our network. So they have their own setup. They have their own equipment. So that's a segment of the market that I did not tap into before, because I'm usually tapping into, hey, you have a PowerShell, and I bring in Oracle equipment. On the other flip side, what if you have a PowerShell and you have equipment and so forth? So we would basically bring the supply to you, like the people that want to, the off-takers that want to off-take the compute that you have.
So there you're not really building something, you're brokering it?
I'm brokering it on the other side.
Okay.
So been expanding into that for the reason of, if this is taking a lot of time to get there, so how would I scale? I would also do the brokering on the other side.
It's revenue, and I presume there's some profit in there. So hopefully it, kind of like, isn't too big of a distraction, and gets you some additional revenue, and that helps close some of the deals.
Correct.
Okay.
The revenue in the off-taker is a very small markup that we get, but it's a much larger amount. So usually those deals are, in the hundreds of millions.
Okay.
So you make a small revenue and then share, and you are good to go.
You do 200 million, you get like bips. That's still significant.
Exactly. And all of those, in my mind, would be geared up for launching the protocol as soon as we pass the point of the bottom, which I don't know. I feel it is like we are one shakedown away from it. So I
mean, bottom of Bitcoin or bottom of AI?
Bit of both, because Bitcoin will affect any tokenization.
To some extent. I think the tokenization market is relatively independent of Bitcoin because it's not based on, you don't utilize any Bitcoin. You basically utilize stable coins. And I think that with data centers, if anything, you're helped by Bitcoin being at a low price because more Bitcoin miners will convert.
Yes, but I want to be in a position where once we get the revenue being produced, then tokenization becomes a real thing. And if the market is receptive, you get better adoption. That's the biggest piece of it.
Okay. Well, as you know, I think we still have one more leg down, and it'll probably be September, October, and I don't think it needs to be that much lower than where we were in June. I mean, 57K. With all the panic around STRC, which is now recovered pretty well. It went down to 71. It's up to about 90 today. And they're starting to buy back their STRC, which makes sense. So it'll eventually get back to 100. And so nobody's worried about MicroStrategy defaulting. I mean, there's never really a close thing. It was just a lot of FUD from the short sellers and also some liquidations because people were like, nobody was forced to sell Stretch unless they were leveraging it 5-to-1, which some people were. And then they got margin calls. But I think that I don't think the bottom is going to be much worse than 52K unless we have some black swan, which always can happen. You have some giant exchange hack. You have some kind of like AI related invasion of like DeFi project or whatever, and because we haven't had anything close to a Terra Luna or a BlockFi or I mean, what's the worst that's happened? BlockFills went under. It was not a very big company. So there's nothing really catastrophic that happened, and we're still down over 50%. So we'll see what happens there. But I think we're going to be out of this in the next 3 months.
Yeah, that's my hope as well. So in my mind, I want to gear up for the release of the first tokens around that time frame. Okay. So it also coincides with when all the conferences start to kick back.
Yeah, we'll be having. So we decided to. I don't know if Joyce had mentioned, but we decided to move the tokenized AI conference that we did in San Francisco last year. We were going to do in LA this year. We were having some problems with the venue and the date, and so we're moving it to Vegas. So it's going to be at Tiger Mansion during Money 2020.
Fabulous.
Yeah, and so Money. I mean, we've used that. We used to run our global conference during Money 2020 in Vegas, and we moved that to the last 2 years to be alongside the Bitcoin conference. But next year, Bitcoin conference is going to be July in Nashville. Yeah, and
which is another really good point for the conversion.
Yep. But yeah, so this year we're doing our second Vegas conference. I mean, the global one was in April, and so this one is going to be the AI one. It'll be October 20th and 21st.
Yep.
And good tie-ins with Money 2020. So yeah, just let us know when you think you're ready to start the PR campaign off with any kind of announcements on any of these projects, or just they usually like to have a little bit of time to prep, but let me know when you're ready and we'll set up a team call.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should start the serious planning by the end of the month.
Okay.
August.
Yeah.
And then because Money 2020 is the end of October.
Yeah.
So we want to queue up all of those and then start to push them and run through that.
Are you going to any AI conferences? There's one in Vegas on next week, but it's the AI enterprise conference, A4M, I think they call it, or A4I.
I was not planning. I was just in Geneva for the UNWSIS.
Okay.
The AI for Good.
Okay.
So just kind of trying to balance home front kind of thing.
Yeah, I just happened to be in Vegas because I was speaking at Rare Evo, which was actually really poorly attended. I mean, it was like me and Bobby Lee as a fireside chat. You think that'd be pretty popular? And I think we had maybe 20 people in the audience.
What?
Yeah, so
That's crazy.
yeah, last year they had probably 3,000 people. They were talking about having 5,000 this year. I don't think they had 500.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bear market, conferences hurt, you know.
Yes. No, I agree with you. So I'm trying to use the time to build out things. I want to show you a couple of things that I'm building, and I want to also like tell you about my current challenges. So on the where is the share? So on the site, we have got a few things here. One is the programs. Would be like the tokenization system, university programs, smart cities, smart ports, and smart hospitality. Each one of them, I have a working group that is driving those, and we talked about it before. Maybe just quickly show you on the tokenization. I buried it inside instead of making it upfront, but also the token ecosystem. So we have 4 types of tokens. The revenue share per data center, the NFT for the data center, then the platform token, and then finally the compute. The compute will be the last one that gets hit. The AI0 is an initiative that allows you to basically buy carbon credits and offset your carbon footprint for your data center automatically. And for that, we are teaming up with Triangle. They issue the tokens themselves, and we basically will simply acquire them and burn the tokens once that happens. So this is basically talks about that, buying carbon credits and so forth here. And then the AR Mart, where we are basically opening a marketplace for compute and applications and services, so that
as you know, I know the carbon credit space pretty well. It's a tough space right now, particularly for the tokenization side, because there's been a lot of projects that failed in that area.
Right. So we are not carbon credit doing the carbon credit themselves. We are simply buying it.
Okay.
So buying in a data center, if you want to say that my data center has a 0 footprint, then we basically flip a switch, and now as you get revenue, we take part of the revenue, buy the carbons, and burn them. And the partner is the one that studies the data center, because they differ. Some data centers are powered by hydro, less carbon. Some are powered by coal, more carbon. So they set a rating for it, and then we buy that amount per data center.
And so what happens with the tokens? Are you trying to launch it as a token that trades, or is that just simply a...
No, we basically buy ready-made minted carbon tokens from our partners pool, and say that, okay, your data center, you consumed megawatt this year, that generated, like 10,000 tons of CO2.
So who has the carbon tokens right now? Because I know the carbon tokens have been sort of looked down on by the kind of the current exchanges, because there was such nonsense going on with like ClimateDAO and Toucan Earth, that they sort of like you were selling, older, kind of tokens, older credits that, maybe they were hard to figure out whether they've been redeemed or not. So who's your partner on this?
Triangle.
I'm not familiar with Triangle. Are they? Is there?
I'll send you more data around it, but they have the. I came across them through Mark Misau on a different project. They have the validators, the people that attest to the carbon and the whole methodology. I'm not touching that. That's their business.
Right.
At the end of it is they have something that is certified, that is being sold right now anyways. And I just come in, buy it from them, and burn it for the data center. Of course, I get a cut for doing so.
Okay. So you're just sort of like using this to kind of validate the carbon credits that you'd be getting for the data center.
Correct. It comes with the validation certified by them. If anybody wants to go do audit, they can do it through them. We simply acquire those and lock up those tokens. So now the data center has enough tokens to account for the carbon footprint, and this way it removes the carbon.
Okay. I'm looking on the site.
Fabulous. So those basically are the newer programs that we've created here. My current daily kind of like is figuring out the exact time when we will start doing the tokenization, because since I've gotten so far without raising funds, do I just hunker down some more and then wait until it all launches, or try to go and get more funding now to make my life easier?
Well, I mean, since this is a data center play, it's not just like, you know, kind of a meme coin or anything. I would think that you'd have, you know, a number of investors that would like to be into the data center world.
All right. So that's something that I would welcome your help with.
Okay.
And I'm not looking to raise a ton. I'm just looking to get strategic investors that can come in and help push it so that we can scale correctly.
Okay. So I know I saw some early stuff on you, but if you could send me your data sheet, I can see if I can go and send that to some, you know, relevant investors.
Okay.
Okay. You're kind of like, you know, blurb.
Right. All right. I'll get you the short version.
Yep. Okay. Great. All right. Well, that's a good catch up, and it sounds like things are on path. Maybe a little bit behind schedule, but still on path. No major crises.
No, it's just the runway and kind of like making the hard decision whether you sell your bitcoins or you raise funds.
Okay. Well, raise funds. That's the best thing. Okay.
Let's do it.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye. All right. Bye-bye.
Telephone number 31048033666. Can't take your call now. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, simply hang up or press pound for further options.
Hey, Pierce, it's Michael. I'm actually not traveling. I'm in Las Vegas. I've just been on calls all day. So I'm just done with one call. I got another one in 35 minutes, and then I'm done with my calls for the day at about 3 o'clock Pacific time. I know you're in Texas probably. So you can reach me for the next half hour or so. Otherwise, I will give you a call back after 2. And again, I don't have anything new other than what you've already heard. I need to go and get those things from Ben and the guy who works for David Silver. And so he's identified them. I just don't have them yet, but hopefully soon. And then we can sort of plan what to do with them. Okay? All right, bye. Hey, David, are you going to be on the call with David Doctor in 30 minutes?
I was planning on, yes.
Okay, good, because I can see you in there. And does it make sense to bring Zeta at this point, or extra after the fact? She still has to be kind of an initial point of contact, but I like to have you smooth things through.
I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, so if you're going and shepherding the information, it means less points for mistakes.
Right. I mean, I told her the other day, like, any single bit of communication she has with RSM or anything text related, you have to be copied on that.
Okay.
Because there's so many things. Like, I have to go back and look for all this information, and it's not your email box because she has the CC on it. So I think if you are always copied on stuff and I'm kind of like overseeing it,
right,
then everything should just go a lot smoother, and we'll have all this information we are have to refer back to it.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So we'll see what types of things he needs in terms of, I mean, first thing we need to go and, we still need to file the 24 returns, right? Because they were never filed properly.
That was actually a question I had that we didn't cover on the call, is like, are we actually gonna file these now or what? So I guess in the next week's call, we'll cover that with Kevin.
Okay. And the question is, are we going to do that with RSM, or are we going to do it with Kevin, since we're already a year late? And then obviously RSM would come in then for the 25 returns.
Right.
And RSM really, Puerto Rico is dealing already with the stuff that they need for the audit. And obviously these new guys from the US are coming in fresh. They're really just doing stuff on a go forward basis, not a go backward basis.
Right.
Okay. All right. So that's what we'll talk about in a half hour. And any word back from Ben yet?
Yeah, I told you he responded the other day. So right now, it's on us to respond to him. I guess we just have to ask for what we asked for on the call, which is the names of the central exchanges.
Do you want to go and just send that out as me so that it's very clear what we need?
Sure.
Okay, great. Okay. Thank you, and I'll be on the call with you in a half hour.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, Mike.
not. Come on.
You can put it in a cat that few calls.
My watch looks nice too.
Doggy.
Come on, baby girl. Let's go, another girl.
Yeah. Did I just accidentally dial you?
What's that?
Did I just accidentally dial you?
Yes, you called me.
Okay, I was trying to turn off my alarm. I was taking a cat nap. I'll hop on now.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Michael.
Hi. Let me just see who is in here.
I think both David first, right?
We have two Davids in here. David Doctor is David Lathrop.
Not to be confused.
Common name. Okay, great. So yeah, I just wanted to convene this to formally kick off working together. You had said, David Doctor, that we could obviously run everything through the Puerto Rico office that we've been working with now since 2017, I think, or 2018. And so I just wanted to kind of give you a briefing of sort of what our needs are and sort of get you up to speed. I have David Lathrop, who is my chief of staff, been working with me for about 6 years. And he's going to act as sort of the interface, and then you'll have some day-to-day, I guess, with Zita Baptiste, who is my bookkeeper. But David is sort of operates at, I'd say, he's got a master in economics. He operates at a little higher level than my bookkeeper, who's been with me for 10 years. She was brought in by my ex-wife, and has been kind of a blessing and curse, in that she's hardworking but doesn't always get everything right. Our prior group that we used for U.S. taxes was a sort of a one woman band. Actually, she had a partner, but he was not involved in our account at all. She was sort of someone who was with a small law and accounting firm that then sold the practice to someone else, who was also like law and accounting, and she basically was the only person we dealt with, literally going back to about 2015 or so, and she died during tax season. She was only 46, and we discovered upon her death when we were trying to get an extension filed that she hadn't filed our taxes several of the years that she said she did. And she had actually filed them in 2019, I think 2021 and 2022. I think those were the years. David Lathrop, you know the exact years. And she filed them, and the IRS came back and said, we don't have a number match. You need to fix something. She did not notice that the IRS had said that. And so we are now in an audit situation with the IRS because they're like, hey, you didn't file taxes for years. And we know you file mainly in Puerto Rico, but you should at least be filing. And of course, we did file. They just never got them because she didn't reproduce the, notice that the IRS sent her something saying we have a number mismatch. Is that, David Lathrop, was that a good, accurate representation of kind of where we're at right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then 2024, she said she filed them, and she never filed them at all. She said, I'm about to file them, and we actually missed the October 15th deadline, which I was not happy about. We did not have any taxes due. So she's like, don't worry, I'll file them in a day or two, and then she never did. And that was shocking to me when we realized that our 2024 taxes were not even filed. We're kind of dealing right now with our tax attorney. Obviously, we use Giovanni in Puerto Rico, but he then referred me to Chamberlain, which is a top tax law firm that deals with audits. And it was a happy coincidence that not only was Kevin Sweeney our partner on our account, he was referred with really high recommendations from Giovanni, and turned out that he worked for the senior, kind of person at Chamberlain, who is Chuck Redding, the former head of the IRS, who I actually know pretty well because we've had him speak at a couple of my conferences, and and he's been kind of been helpful as well. Just sort of getting along the slow thing of gathering information for them. They basically, I think everything's in order. It's just they want 10 years of returns, and I think they basically just want to see the returns. And obviously, as Kevin had said, it's like, well, it's kind of like when you get pulled over for a broken tail light, they want to see what else they can find. And so who knows how long it's going to happen, but how long it's going to take. But David Lathrop has been very good at sort of coordinating everything. Puerto Rico has been flawless. So their records were all the road. They filed exactly what they said they would, and and that was one reason why I thought several years ago we started to do RSM, and we were happy with RSM because originally we were BDO that has issues, as you know, in Puerto Rico. When Giovanni moved over to private practice and he recommended RSM, and we've been with you ever since. It was I think either 17 or 18. That I wanted to move everything over to RSM and do it out of both US and my ex-wife was like, no, we have someone really good in Vegas that we know, we trust, they're a bit cheaper than RSM, and so she fought me on that. And obviously now I know that you get what you pay for, since we didn't get them filed. And I don't know if there's any other issues that will come up in terms of compliance with what she did. But that's kind of where we're at right now. And obviously, we now are delighted to have you as a resource that's used to not only working with Puerto Rico, but actually understand and work with other clients who are both Puerto Rico taxes. My situation, just in general, other than getting through this audit, I'm not sure now whether the 2024 it makes sense to bring you in. It was ready to file and never got filed, to maybe do a check just like to see if everything looks good on your end, or whether we only do that with our tax lawyer since he's dealing with all the past returns. I'll ask him next week because we have a weekly catch-up call, whether he'd prefer to just simply handle that and just start you fresh with the 25 returns, We've already filed for the extensions, which obviously would be September for some of the corporate ones, and then October for the personal. I was separated in July of 2023 from my now ex-wife, and the divorce was finalized in end of June in 2024. So 2024 was the last year that I had anything to do with her in terms of tax returns. We did file as separate, even though the U.S. person said she wanted to file them as married, even though Puerto Rico said no, you have to file them if you're divorced for part of the year as single. And so that is how we thought we filed them. That's the way I believe we filed them in Puerto Rico. We did file 24 in Puerto Rico, correct, Carlos?
Carlos is part of my team.
Oh, he's part of your team. Never mind. I thought that was somebody from Puerto Rico. Never mind. Well, I'm quite certain that we filed them properly. Okay. Sorry about that. I had 5-6 people on the team, and I didn't recognize the name, but Mariangeli is our main person, and then Raphael is the head of the office. I'm sure you've dealt with him. And I'm David Lathrop. We did file Puerto Rico in 24, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay. Because again, they filed when they were supposed to file, and Amanda Smith for the U.S. did not. So, okay. So I guess for 25, first year that I'm sort of like 100% single for the entire year. My ex-wife, by the way, is not cooperating in the audit. She has refused to either cooperate with my tax lawyer to represent both of us, which would make the most sense. And she's thus far refused to get her own attorney. And is just sort of like stalling and I don't know what she's thinking. But, we're kind of treating her as a hostile ex-spouse at this point. So Zita is, was hired by my ex-wife. She actually had previously been my housekeeper, but she was, trying to learn how to be a bookkeeper. And when we got rid of my prior bookkeeper a decade ago, because she, started having some alcoholism problems, and we decided that she was not going to be working out. I started interviewing people, and my ex said, "No, let's give Zita a chance. Her dad was a bookkeeper. She wants to learn how to be a bookkeeper. I can help her with this." So it was kind of her first bookkeeping job. And, she does some stuff well, and other stuff, certainly I've had to go in and fix near the end of the year, like particularly how to characterize revenue and things like that. But she had always dealt with both of the offices and make sure they're coordinated and good at filling out the forms and, putting all the 100 million things that we have to file with Puerto Rico on time. Not as good at being consistent across categories, which I have always come in and spend 2 or 3 days in October in a panic, just making sure that everything was perfect, because my ex-wife had never given me access to things until we were right at the end. But again, she's no longer in the picture. It's now 100% mine. I have a new company now, which is just give you the lay of the land. So I'm now single. I have a girlfriend that I live with, but we are not married at this moment. So I am single now for the whole year. So I obviously file in Puerto Rico for the vast majority of my income. I do have U.S. properties and that are part of the U.S. return. David, any other income that I have for the U.S. that you can recall? I think it's also just around real estate, correct?
I've never really looked at the U.S. returns before, so I would need to do that.
Yeah, I don't have any government contracting. I think basically just the U.S. is just basically U.S. Income from real estate. I do have also.
Yeah, Michael, just to sort of interject here, I'm just looking at the 2024 return that hasn't been filed. There's this Transform Ventures LLC. Providing management services, I assume. Is that a U.S. based LLC? Or is that a Puerto Rico?
We have one of each. So actually, so in other words, we have a service company. So we had under transfer group, actually that's correct. There are U.S. entities for the service companies, and I also started some Nevada companies for like startups, right? Because for a number of reasons, when I do startup entities, I want to have them filed in Nevada. I think one was why I would largely Nevada, because if I'm having management fees come from that, like I have a fund now, it would not qualify for the export services if it was in Puerto Rico, right? So that's why I have Nevada entities. The other thing is, if I'm raising money on a startup, and people don't trust Puerto Rico companies, because first of all, they don't understand the law. They like to have Nevada or Wyoming or Delaware, and they also, Puerto Rico does not offer the QSBS, benefit for investors, and so I have quite a few U.S. entities that I file. A couple of which, and this is a specific question, Amanda didn't seem to know how to effectively shut stuff down very easily. In other words, if I have a company and it's no longer of use, it was a startup that failed, what is the best way to shut it down? So that's something that I'd want to know. For example, I've got one that's called B-Commerce Labs that's been around since 2015. It was basically a little bit of an incubator. It had two companies that both failed. Another one, I have a partner in something called Aspire, and that failed. And so those two, I want to be able to just figure out how to wind down, so I don't have to keep on paying $800 or whatever, the filing fees every year, $800 to Nevada, and then do the taxes every year with zero income and expenses of basically filing the taxes. So okay. She seemed to act like it was very difficult. Okay, good. So we have to figure out probably before September which ones I want to shut down. And are there? I think they're all mainly C corps. So I think net operating loss is probably not an issue if it's a C corp losses, right? I mean, whereas with a S corp it would flow in to me, and so I have to look and see which ones are S and which ones are C. And then David, do you have a list of the corporations that we right now have registered?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You want to name them off just because I'll talk about them before I get to my personal?
Sure. We have Open Carbon.
Okay. Open Carbon is still alive. It's a struggling carbon credit company that I've raised $50,000 for. And, it just we may have missed the wave on it, but me and my co-founder there are still hopeful of getting funding at some point. So they're just kind of we're just keeping it alive until we decide that there's no future. We're trying to pivot now to have an AI angle to it. So that's Open Carbon.
We got Tamiyasu Tiger LLC.
Okay, so Tamiyasu Tiger LLC is something that Tamiyasu is the name of a street. Okay. And it's named after a Japanese farmer who owned a big plot of land in Las Vegas. Tamiyasu Tiger is an LLC that I created to be able to, and I believe it's a series LLC, to be able to put the home that I bought with my ex-wife that took a while to get out of legal, and it's now in an LLC that is jointly owned by my ex-wife and me, called Royal Paradise, which we had used jointly also to hold a number of Airbnb, VRBO type businesses in. I wanted to go and have it held for liability protection in this entity, and then I wanted to have a separate entity. I wasn't sure if I should do it as a standalone company or as a just another series to have the actual operating business, because we do corporate rentals. And it's the former Mike Tyson mansion where he kept his tigers. So I own it personally. I would like to move it. I still have a loan on it that we acquired. So I don't know how easy it is to move that into a LLC just for protection. But certainly I want to have the LLC for the operating. It's just that I have to do the finalization of the part of the divorce that basically splits the property. And my wife has just been horrific at finalizing the divorce in Puerto Rico. It's been 3 years since the separation and 2 years since the divorce, and she just keeps on fighting and firing attorneys. She's on her third one now. So that complicates matters. Although I'm sure you've heard all this stuff before and then some from other people. Next, and again, that's right now, I mean, I put about $1 million and change into renovating this thing. Our income right now is, we maybe get gross income of, 30 to 50,000 gross, and after expenses, maybe we make 5 or 10,000. Some months we lose. So until we get to and we get like $20,000 to $30,000 a day for this stuff. So until we get to about 100,000, it's not going to be in the black, but we anticipate that will be there. We've really got it tricked out now. We're starting to really market it well. So hopefully 2027 will be in the black with like, $1 million, $1.5 million in gross receipts and a profit. Okay. Next one.
So as you mentioned, there's Royal Paradise LLC, which is jointly owned by you and Maxine.
Yeah.
And then we have Transform Group LLC and Transform Ventures LLC.
Yeah. And we also have Transform Continental, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So
but that won't be Transform Continental, we are slated not to renew.
Right. So So Transform Group International LLC of Puerto Rico is my original 2018 Act 20 company that I ran all my businesses in Puerto Rico through, which were largely the public relations agency, my advisory services, a conference business, and something I spun off of the public relations agency that was that has since been sold. That was a newswire, a little reseller of a newswire. And so Transform Group International, I basically have not closed yet, but I have sort of stopped using as of the divorce because it was all my income, but it was half owned through the marriage by my wife. And so it's just been paying fees and doing things. And I'd like to be able to figure out, obviously, through the Puerto Rico side, I don't want it anymore. My ex-wife owns half of it to see if she wants it. And then we had a second one that was spun off as part of the series in Puerto Rico when someone wanted to acquire my PR firm. It was a group out of London, and they wanted to acquire it and also have the tax parts separate from everything else I did. So I should have probably gotten a check to make it non-cancelable first, but they were moving fast. They wanted to take it public. And so I went through the work of creating a separate entity called Transform Group that was just a PR firm, started billing that way, paying separate fees, and then the deal fell through. And so I've been running 2 sets of books until the divorce, in which now everything's now united under Transform Ventures. So I now have 2 kind of dormant, nascent, being used for nothing entities that I need to figure out in Puerto Rico how to shut down. And then the Transform Continental was a service company. There's probably no assets in that of any kind other than and were they both C corps in the U.S. or S corps? Do you remember on Continental and the other one? I remember we started some of them as S and then moved them to C.
Yeah, again, I never really looked at the U.S. tax returns before, so I don't know.
Anyway, so that's another one.
It shows from the 24 return, it looks like Transform Group LLC's an S corp.
Okay, because I thought we had changed that to C, but maybe not. Okay, so it's S corp. So then the losses, I guess, flow back into my personal, but on the U.S. side, and so I think Ventures, I believe, is a C. But I'll see. I'll like I said, I don't have it in front of me, but we'll see which one's which. Obviously, anything Ventures I want to keep. The Ventures right now is what I do everything under in terms of the service company, and so the other ones I just have to figure out, how to shut down. And obviously, I need my wife's permission because she's a 50% owner of some of the joint stuff, and she seems to move very slowly in allowing anything.
Is Transform Continental a Puerto Rico company?
No, Transform Continental is the name of the service company, U.S. service company for Transform Group, because we already had a Transform Group LLC that was the service company for Transform Group International. And so we couldn't.
Is that one a C Corp?
So the U.S. one?
Yeah, Transform Continental.
Looks like a C Corp, you said?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm asking.
I'm not sure either.
But any chance that you guys have a list of entities so you can check?
Yeah, we'll need a list of all these entities.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the list.
Okay. And then we'll work through the tax classification.
Okay.
And then, Michael, from your perspective, we need to know what you want us to file.
There's a couple ones that I want to be able to shut down. And again, I have to find my divorce lawyer whether I need her permission to shut them down if they're things I've operated and there's no assets in, or whether I just, as the person who's in charge of custody for most of these assets, that's something for my Puerto Rico divorce attorney to know whether I need to have her permission to shut down things that are my entities, but they were created during the marriage that have no assets.
Okay.
Because I'd like to shut them down just to save on filing fees and taxes for stuff that's no longer of any value. Any other ones, David, for the U.S. entities?
Yeah, there's a bunch, but we only have 5 minutes left.
Okay.
So do you get what information do you need from us in order to get started?
Well, I think, Carlos, we sent through an info request to our Puerto Rico team. We can touch base and we're trying to get whatever we can from them. We'll send that to you, David, as well.
Okay.
Work on both sides of it.
Yeah, because I think some of the Puerto Rico team doesn't really deal with the U.S. entities so much because it's not necessary to file those. And then obviously sale of any real estate, because we sold quite a bit of stuff when we got divorced. The issue there was whether we had an LLC and if we had it for more than 10 years. And so there's nothing currently that we're looking to sell. We basically sold a bunch of stuff and then we're dividing the remaining 6 properties. We've agreed on it, but she hasn't signed off in court on them yet. And so we're hoping to get that done, this year. Ideally before October, I don't know. She's just been stalling. Okay.
Yeah, so another question I have is I noticed that the agreements that we have with RSM Puerto Rico clearly outline what returns they're going to be filing for us. So it looks like we need some sort of additional agreement in place. Is that just with RSM Puerto Rico's office, and that covers the work that you'll be doing?
We have an interfirm agreement with Puerto Rico, so we don't need a separate engagement with you guys.
Okay.
It just all goes through Puerto Rico.
Okay.
We just, from our perspective, we want to understand, and you guys want to understand fees and scope. So what are we doing and how much it costs?
Yes.
And as long as everybody's okay with that,
Yep.
that is contained within the interfirm, and we're good to go.
Okay.
Okay.
Right now, our interfirm only covers Michael as an individual, so we'll have to work to expand that to include whatever entities are necessary.
Yep.
Okay, and what is your rate?
Our rate's going to be dependent on complexity. So we'll have to get a look at these returns and everything. And again, I don't think the 2024 return looks like it's going to be a much use in terms of approximating what 2025 is going to look like. So it's hard to tell. We'll try to.
It should be pretty similar.
Should be similar.
Yeah. There's not that much complexity. The only complexity really is because most of these U.S. entities are either struggling or the only ones that are sort of going concerns that I plan to keep going is I have a hedge fund that is has 2 entities. It's a Nevada general partnership that I'm the majority owner in, and then also the LP in Wyoming. Right now I think the taxes of that are taken care of by NAV. Is that correct, David? So I don't think that would be under the scope.
For which one?
For Super Cycle, I think that's taken care of.
Super Cycle?
Yeah. I think
that's a joke question.
Yeah, I think that's taken care of because it's a fund. I think it's our fund administrator that does the taxes of that right now. So all you need to know is like any distributions I'm getting from it for my personal, or that it would be going to Transform Ventures, because Transform Ventures is a 55% partner. So you would not be filing for that one.
So I guess after this call, Carlos, you'll follow up with Puerto Rico again, but then we'll send that same information request to you, David. Get an idea. We'll request like copies of the extensions that were filed, what entities are in scope, and all that kind of stuff. We'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and then we have. And it sounds like there's a lot of complexity, but right now it's a bear market for the industry I'm in. So we've been losing money, and I'm obviously trying to figure out how to turn that around. I had a number of lawsuits that were expensive as well.
Hopefully you can, both for my sake and your sake.
I agree. I've certainly done it in the past, but we at least did get we did finalize one lawsuit with a significant judgment, which would be in the 25 returns.
Okay.
And it would be again something that will eventually be split with my ex, but I'm not sure how that would end up being filed. But that would be a minor thing.
I don't know, Michael and David, if you guys can share the list of entities just to have a big picture. So we.
And you know what? And that's only the judgment though is only Puerto Rico taxable. So it was basically treated as a capital gain. Basically, for I was hacked in 2018 from a cryptocurrency wallet and lost $24 million. The AT&T thing, yes, lawsuit. And so we did have a judgment on that I collected. And so that would be something that we're under NDA here. I mean, it's basically about, I think 11 million was the total that some of it had already been collected. That's going to count toward the capital gains, but I don't think there's any U.S. impact on that.
Okay. That sounds good.
Okay. most of which went to recruiting our lawyers' fees, which were about 7 or 8 million. But okay, perfect. Okay, good start. Thank you. Looking forward to having you as the competent team leading the U.S. now.
Yes, look forward to being that competent team.
Thank you.
Work with you guys.
All right.
Thanks for your time, guys.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
Very good.
Recording in progress.
Mr. Terpin,
Hey, Ray.
in Vegas?
I am in Vegas. That's why I have the graphic up.
I didn't see
It's
it.
what I'm looking out at.
Amazing. How long are you there for?
Until Wednesday. I came out to speak at the Rare Evo conference, and then have a few other things going on here, and meeting with the Tiger Mansion team and some other things, and then I'll head back to Puerto Rico on Wednesday.
Nice. How's Joyce and Monty Bubbles doing?
Joyce is good, and I think I just heard Monty walking around.
Amazing. I know we have 30 minutes.
Yep.
I wanted to just speak to you directly and give you an update before the next newsletter comes out. But Red is not getting the traction we need. Planning to wind it down by the end of September.
Mm-hmm.
Still finalizing a couple things. As you know from the last newsletter, I'm putting 100% of my focus on the new product we're building from scratch. It's going to be a new company, new cap table. It's called My Mark.
Mm-hmm.
It's an AI co-producer that pretty much pulls together budgets, crew, vendors in minutes instead of weeks. I know this space more. I'm more familiar with this. I've been in it for over a decade. And after speaking to tons of producers, they're still doing stuff manually. They're searching for department heads and chasing holds. They're building budgets manually. They're updating call sheets. So it is a bigger problem, and I have a higher conviction on this space.
What are you using to build it?
So many different tools. Our tech stack is between Gemini, Claude, using Supabase as our backend, using Vaibhavv, and a combination of other things like 11 Labs for voice, Twilio for phone calls and text messages. But yeah, we're just using the best of the best tech to stack it for our orchestration, and they're interchangeable. If an open source model is the cheapest way to go, then we can swap Gemini out with Guinea. I'd love to show you the product. We're not all our investors. What we're doing two things. Is we're amending regimen safes, so people who've actually invested cash, I believe 10K, and that's being transferred over to my mark. Okay. And we're also offering regimen investors to come in at a more favorable rate, only regimen investors. So we're doing it at a small cap, 3 mil cap. We're only taking in 150, and then the rest we're going to be raising at a much higher cap.
So is this agentic, or is it a sort of a platform that just is static?
It's agentic.
Okay.
Let me show you the vision.
Just as an FYI, I am incubating right now, and it's coming along really well.
Really?
Agentic AI platform for the public relations industry.
Wow. Okay.
And we're building that on OpenClaw.
Sweet. Yeah, we were thinking about OpenClaw too, but we just don't need it for what it needs to do right now. But I'm sure we're going to integrate some aspects of OpenClaw into what we're doing. But essentially, we're building production infrastructure, and it's such a legacy industry that we can modernize. And my mark is your 24/7 co-producer. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. You know my background. I spent over a decade producing for Nike, NBA, Eminem, Celine Dion. I've pretty much lived every broken part of this workflow, which is why I'm making my mark. The co-producer I wish we had back in the industry. But right now, producers across advertising, film, television, live events, they're running over $1 trillion of work. Still on spreadsheets, group chats, and gut memory. They spend weeks locking everyone in, they chase approvals across threads, and they manually update hundreds of items across documents. My mark is your agentic producer that builds budgets, crew, and vendors in minutes, not weeks. How it works is first, producers connect their Drive to process all their call sheets and videos associated to each. So there's a bunch of production data that we can match and create as their network intelligence. Second, it pretty much maps out what every crew member worked on. It analyzes every frame of work, and it attributes what they specialize in. And then third, you can add my mark into any workspace, email thread, text message, Slack, etc. Ask what you're looking for or attach the creative. It'll budget it out, and it'll also do these 3 things. So number 1, it'll propose relevant options for approval to whoever the stakeholders are in the thread. Upon approval, it'll reach out for availability and rates. And then it'll go ahead and make bookings, handle scheduling, update documents in real time. This is an agentic producer we can deploy across advertising, film, television, and live events, turning weeks of work into minutes for every producer. Here's why now is essential. So brands are demanding more for less, as we know. They want productions, they want agents to do so much more for less, especially now with AI. Agents just not good enough to do a lot of the work in pre-production and post-production. Higgsfield is killing it. And then third, no one has indexed production data yet. Call sheets are the gold mine right now.
This comes from a big kind of like unstructured database of resources.
Exactly. So I have over 200 call sheets with thousands of crew on it. And we would take those folders, match call sheets, match video, match budget, and we amalgamated so that you pretty much have a production knowledge graph of every single project we've worked on.
Okay.
The flywheel we have is we can invite every single crew member to claim their profiles, which automates everyone's proof of work, essentially.
Do they even need to claim it? You should be able to find them on the internet.
Yeah, it depends, because when production companies connect their drive full of call sheets, that's proprietary to them. They don't want anyone outside of their company to access this data. It has their emails, phone numbers. But how we get the rest of the crew on here to become public profiles is they'll likely invite their entire crew so they can sync their calendars. So the agent only recommends people who are available. But not only that, they're going to want to make their profile public so that other agencies, production companies can find them. On the cap table, Google's VP of marketing. We still have our Fortune 500 brand leaders on. Director X.
So basically, they'll be opting in. You'll still might be able to find them just because they're out there, and you're kind of using AI to scrape and identify. But if they say I'm available for work, then that sort of puts them at the higher level, and you can get references and things like that.
Exactly. You can see exactly what they've worked on, who they've worked with, what brands, agencies, etc. they've worked with as well. We start with advertising production. That's $230 billion spent on productions each year. Expand into film and TV, $248 billion spent on production annually. And then live events. Live events is chaotic. Like, think about the Super Bowl halftime show, or all these festivals. There's so many moving parts, much bigger TAM. 1.3 trillion spent there. 20% of every dollar is spent on coordination. So it's not like this is our entire TAM. So 360 billion is really the coordination aspect of it.
Okay.
Business model, free to index for call sheets and production data. That's the moat. Producers, charge $99 per project on the line item for the agent to go out and execute. For production companies and agencies that want to adopt it, it's $300 per team, and then $2,500 a month for enterprises. So I even spoke to Google's brand director. They have the same issue. It's like we have all of our vendors, all our creators on a Google sheet. We kind of label what they specialize in, but trying to find the right team to execute the campaigns is still very manually at the enterprise level. And a lot of them are bringing in in-house producers, in-house productions, in-house agencies. So we'll be working upstream, starting with production companies. Our go-to-market producers.
Why so cheap on the pricing? You need an awful lot of people signing up to get to your 100 million ARR.
3,300. So 280 teams gets us to our first million. But an agency may have 10 teams.
Okay.
It depends on how many. So that's what we're charging per team. For enterprises, it's $2,500 a month. 3,300 enterprises gets us to 100.
Okay.
Go-to-market, producers connect their network. The agent builds every profile, every project deepens the graph, and then it makes it harder for them to leave the system. Their entire production memory.
Right.
Everything in the market right now makes, the producer do the work. My mark is the only active agent with production intelligence, and that's the white space. Phil is no longer with us. I'm only bringing on the A players from Management. So my technical co-founder, Zohaib Yusuf, he's like a machine learning expert. So we're a team of, a team with over 2 billion views of production experience, and engineers who've built agents for Fortune 500 companies and built infrastructure for YC-backed startups serving millions of users.
So hold on, go back there. So one's the CTO, one's the founding engineer. Who's building what?
So So Yusuf is creating everything to do with the knowledge graph, and Zohaib is just, he's doing everything full stack, so end-to-end, front-end, back-end architecture. But Yusuf is guiding him on some architecture.
You should probably swap those. You should probably put Yusuf in the middle then, because he's usually you start with the C level and go down to the.
He's not full time right now, so it's myself.
Okay.
Full time.
Okay.
He's getting paid $300K a year. He's willing to come on board for $200K, but until we raise our seed.
Okay, got it.
I should probably put fractional in there.
Yeah, or interim.
Yeah. Okay.
Or fractional, yeah.
Same deal. We're raising $500,000, gets us 18 months to index enough call sheets for the network really compounds, aiming to hit 180K by Q4, which is past the benchmark seed investors expect. So Altair, Sunset, many investors,
You have 550 instead of 500. Why?
Sorry, 550 gets us 18 months exactly.
Okay.
So 18 months to reach the 180K benchmark for the seed investors that we've been speaking to jump in. They're like, once you hit 10K MRR, we'll jump in. And our mission's simple. Every project deserves the best people, and my mark assembles them.
Okay. It's good. It's a good deck.
Thanks. I'll send details on your safe. Advisory, I know we had from before. We're just forming the company once we need advisory expertise. There's an aspect of blockchain that I see when making payments to cruising vendors, but
This is not a blockchain. This is an AI play. You don't need blockchain for this.
But yeah, I'll send it to both you and David.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know when the advisory come in, and obviously can help you with the PR side when you're ready to announce that as well.
Okay.
Obviously, there's a lot of production magazines and things like that.
Amazing. Well, how far are you in your?
Let me show you. Let me show you what I have.
I'd love to see it.
Okay. Let me go and start my share. I think I might have it up from earlier in the day when I did my last presentation. Let's see, where are we here? Hold on. Here it is. Okay, so let me go back to the beginning. Okay, you see it?
Yep.
Okay, so it's called Media Claw. Oops, hold on. Just trying to
nice.
Yeah. So it's a agentic PR operating system. And basically our mission, our vision really, is to make world-class PR accessible to everyone in the world in every language at a reasonable cost using agentic AI. Full stop. So AI agents are going to manage more interactions than humans in the next 5 years. And we've seen with the $20 billion valuation for Harvey in the legal space that vertical AI is the hot new category, and industry after industry is going to get disrupted by AI. And so far, there's about 60 companies giving lip service to doing it in the PR field, and nobody's coming close to what we do. Most of them are basically just saying, "Hey, we'll help you go and find out what people are saying about you in Claude," or we'll have we'll search to see what people are saying about you, or we'll help you appear better in AEO, or we'll use one piece of like the stack that we have. So there's a couple of folks that are saying they're going to use AI to help you find journalists, usually from their own database, to search it, or we'll help you go and get clippings. There have been 2 companies that recently got funding by big names that only do part of what we do. One is a company that got $3 million in seed funding from Mark Cuban that basically is helping you do media clipping for podcasts. And then another one is called Honey Jar that basically got $2 million in funding from actually someone I know that basically said they're going to go and help you find journalists and then help you do clippings using Claude. And from what I can see, it's just simply a layer where you pay your tokens on top of it. And they announced it a year ago, and they still haven't built anything. So I don't think they really have that much tech. They're out there just like, promoting themselves and coming soon. Whereas we basically, came up with the concept of this company about 3 months ago. I brought in a tech co-founder as well as my main co-founder, who's going to be the CEO, is my co-founder at MarketWire. So I built, MarketWire to where it's now. Globe Newswire got sold last year for $540 million. We built that from scratch in the 90s and sold in the 2000s. And then I brought him back in to work with him on, 2 other projects, one of which was Blockchain Wire, which we just sold for $6 million. And he's just finishing his earn out there. And so he's going to go and come on full time to, see if we can make it 3 for 3 in this sector. And then I'll get to the team slide in a minute. But we believe that the $110 billion PR industry is ripe for disruption, and it can happen very fast. It's growing at 5% a year, and actually the media intelligence sector is growing even faster. I'll get to that in a minute. And the winner will be able to then move into other markets. So the problem, PR agencies, 60 billion of the 110, in-house is 50 billion. I think that's probably a low number. If you're talking globally, anybody who uses a 8-person to do PR in-house. Agencies struggle with rising costs, having run an agency, series of agencies over the last 30 years. I mean, the budgets that I got during the .com era were no larger than what I see today. And yet the cost of people is double, if not triple. And so agencies are struggling with rising costs of employees, and also how you coordinate across time zones and language barriers. And, we solved that through time-sensitive coordination. Our agents will go and, if you're a good PR person and you're good at selling clients and you're a one-man band, you can maybe take on 3 or 4 clients and then you run out of time. You have to say, I'll come back when I can have more time. Here you can go and take a lot of the work and have an agent do it. And you might be able, if you're able to take 3 or 4 clients on at 15 grand a month, now it's able to take 5, 6, 7, depending on how good you get at using the agent. For in-house PR teams, they struggle with shrinking budgets, and they have to figure out, am I going to have an agency? I'm going to hire an extra person. Here they can replace their agency or just give a much smaller budget and just have specific things based on maybe their own relationships. And then they can have the agent do the rest. So our solution for one-man PR pros, whether it's an agency, a freelancer, or in a small company, we'll have a single agent solution that works 24/7, 365 in every language. And, it eliminates the back and forth. It works while they sleep. At the price we're charging, they can easily justify it by just picking up, one new client and a lot of profit in there. Agencies and companies sort of do this at scale. Okay, so the process. So this is something that we've developed, and we now have a working prototype. Literally, it'll be production shipping by the end of August. And so we're very talented CTO who's full-time. First we learn and understand any company. So if I have a new client in the biotech space and I know nothing about biotech, it'll go in and suck in all the information from their filings, from their white papers, from their corporate backgrounds, from their LinkedIns. It'll go and analyze the competition. And it'll be a mix of open source and frontier models that we have some proprietary IP on how to efficiently, interact with those. And then once it gets that, it'll write corporate backgrounders, it'll develop tailored PR strategies. So it's strategic. It's not just arms and legs. It's not just a tool that you go and get it and then you figure out what to do with it. And so once it gets the strategies, the messaging, it'll then identify the relevant media. We did this initially just for our own announcement when we announced our funding, and it came with no interaction with the 2 co-founders that know the PR space, and Brad, our CTO, knows nothing about the PR space, and correctly went out and identified the guys that I would have gone after. It would have been Sarah Perez at TechCrunch, it would have been the head tech guy at PR Week, and it just identified them and did 7 points of checking to make sure that there was no hallucination, they were really still working there, that they've done recent articles, and that it was the right email address. And and Twitter, yeah. And then it then goes and effectively manages the outreach, including custom. It doesn't just spam out the same thing to everybody. It selects on the most relevant and then does custom messages that even incorporate what they've written about recently and saying why that's going to be of specific interest to them. Agencies spend like 20 hours on customizing a campaign, and this does it in minutes. And then maintains compliance and human oversight. The compliance part we think is going to be big with public companies. There's about 20,000 public companies. We're going to go after the small and mid-sized ones first. I know a lot of them. And they're going to go in and check their press release to make sure they're compliant with whatever exchange they're on, whatever country they have. They'll have all the rules in there, and they'll also go and be compliant with the newswires. We think the newswires are going to want to use this as well to make it easier for their compliance so that they can just interact with our agent. And then we do the clipping and analytics and sentiment analysis. And that's all, and then it's self-learning and reflexive. Why now? There's nobody offering this at scale, even close. And so global AI spend, $2.5 trillion, growing at 35% a year. Agents growing even faster. $8 billion today, $60 billion in 4 years. Lots will be vertical AI. We're built on OpenClaw. Brad, our CTO, is an expert in OpenClaw. He actually forked OpenClaw and made it more efficient, stripped out a lot of the garbage. And it's now growing at 4.5 million new users a week as of this month.
Yeah.
And the very few little research that's been done on cost savings for using AI has been 3 to 5x from an industry survey earlier this year, and that's in the nascent part. It doesn't include us. Market size, again, the TAM for the basic public relations market is 110 billion, and the media intelligence sector, which is growing at 13%, and will start growing faster when AI becomes part of it. That's the news wires, that's the media databases, and they're all pretty much old school technology. Muckrack became a unicorn by simply integrating Twitter into media databases, and they're doing a couple $100 million a year in revenue. So PR people, PR agencies, they look and say, how can we go and buy tools to make our life easier? And so there's already budgets in everybody, and we're just simply going to replace the budgets they're currently spending with the old school guys. Reallocating. And so we're going to be, laser focused on this one for the next 2 years until we get like 10, 15 million and really dominate the industry in PR. But then we've got, other very close categories like IR and crisis. That's 11 billion. In many cases, PRI firms are the same thing. Public affairs firms, influencer marketing, those are low-hanging fruit. We can then go and expand through another round to acquire someone who's promising, or just simply hire someone who's an expert in market research, Marcom, or media buying, and take some of the same learnings and technologies and client base and grow into these much larger markets. But all of our revenue projections are only for the PR side. Our pricing, we're starting a basic agent at $1,000 a month. This is for freelancers, solo, in-house. This is a no-brainer because they're able to typically replace a part-time assistant, or they're able to make a solo person. This is in lieu of hiring someone. Who are you going to get for $1,000 a month? You're going to be lucky to get an intern, and this is going to be somebody who's skilled at a senior VP level and works 24/7 and translates and doesn't sleep. And we'll have some gating of that, probably 50 campaigns. And we'll also, when we get toward the top of that, we can sort of gate the amount of frontier model usage versus open source, so that we give them a reason to upgrade if all of a sudden they're really killing it and they're getting new business. And we'll say, you really should upgrade to the one that gives you 3 agents that are simultaneously operating, as opposed to one that's having to do stuff parallel process.
I gotta change my business model. I gotta jump off in 2 minutes.
Okay. Anyway, so you can see here, and then basically this is my team. Here's the technology, competitors, our advantage, and then our revenue. We're looking to grow this to 37 million from 3 million the first year, which would start in October. So it's fiscal year. And then we're looking for $1 million for 10%. I put the first 100 grand in, and we've already got a couple soft circles. And then, we're looking at AI valuations too. If we hit 37 with a projected revenue in year 5 of like 55 million. That would give us a unicorn valuation given current.
I gotta up my value cap too.
There you go.
I'm only offering the 3 mil value cap for regimen investors, but
I understand.
this is basic. I'm connected with the executive creative director at Bursum, one of the prominent PR firms. If you want me to connect you with them, he connected me to their VP of Ops. Happy to do that. And then the VP of Communications for Honda in Canada. So whenever you're ready to go to market, let me know. Happy to
We'll be going to market, launching September 17th in New York at the PRSA New York Big Apple Awards. We have the VIP after party sponsorship or pre-party or whatever, and that's sponsored by Edelman, and most of the big firms in New York are going to be there.
Okay.
But yes, that is very helpful. So, and again, I think there's a lot of synergy between these, between your model and mine, and
I'm tackling PR, I'm tackling production.
Yep.
I love it.
We refer you some things as well. Okay, fantastic.
Thanks,
Good
Michael.
stuff. All right.
I'll email you shortly.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Details.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye. $50. I can get out with a mom. Doggy dog.
Yeah. Good doggy dog.